Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I welcome you all on the first day of des Assises de la Recherche et de l'Innovation 2022. I hope these 3 days are going to be an enriching and innovative experience for each one of us, and we stand to benefit from it. I wish to remind all speakers that your presentation should be within the time allocated to you. You will be notified 1 minute before your session ends by a sound. I now have the privilege to welcome a very prominent innovation scientist, Professor Charles Edquist. Professor Charles Edquist is one of the founders and the first director of Circle, that is the Center of Innovation Research and Competence in the Learning Economy at the Lund University, Sweden. He is also the holder of the Ruben Rosing Chair in Innovation Research at Circle. Without any delay, I welcome Professor Charles on stage to share his expert opinion.
Thank you very much, and thanks for inviting me to this very important meeting, which I think. And I've been addicted to doing research and policy advice on innovation for 40 years now. And first, I will give you very briefly the reason for this. In long-term studies, researchers have shown that innovation is behind 90% of productivity growth in the economy since 1870, which means that almost all productivity growth comes from innovation in the long run. And productivity in its way is the basis for higher wages, larger profits, and increased taxes. So almost all welfare comes from innovation. That's a good reason to study it and to pursue innovation policies in a good way. After the threat from the introduction here about the time, I will run through this telegraphically. And I've been told that you have all been sent out this little free pager to you. I want to say that for a long time, the linear view was the basis for the way people thought about innovation. It means that you start with basic research, applied research, and you get product and processes, and you get welfare in the end. But this is completely wrong, but it dominated until the 1990s, because so many other things influence innovation. It's education, it's demand, entrepreneurship, laws, interactive learning, incubation, and financing. So we had to have something else, something new. And then the system of innovation approach was developed by myself and by others. And it is a great success, because if you go into Google Scholar and look up system of innovation, you get many million of hits. But now I will talk a little bit about the relation between research and innovation policy. They are often seen as combined. We've heard all the speakers talk about this earlier today, saying research and innovation, almost like one word. I have a different view on this, and you will hear that soon. Because innovations are very different from research results. Innovations, they are like this microphone, for example. A research result might be very different. It might not have any relation to innovation at all. And the determinants for innovation and for research are different. And it requires different policies for innovation and for research. And much innovation is not based on research at all. And at the same time, we know that innovation is in policy circles is seen as inferior to or less important than research policy. And this is reflected in, for example, in the many councils that have something science and technology and innovation, or they have different names. Most of these councils, they deal almost exclusively with research and not with innovation. I have not studied the MRIC in detail. It's not my task to do that, but I can sense that there is a shift in MRIC, so it moves more into a direction of emphasizing innovation. And I think that's a very important thing. To summarize, first page, can someone change the picture? Because I don't have a... Thank you. This is what I want. So I think, or I argue strongly that we should distinguish between innovation policy and research policy. This will make it possible to develop innovation policy into a separate policy area, which is normally is not. And it could have a separate minister, for example, and a separate secretariat, professional secretariat. Next point is that innovation policy should be holistic. They should deal with all determinants of innovation, all factors that influence innovation. Normally, it's only one, research, in most discussions. So that's a very important thing. And this holistic policy, it must also include instruments from the demand side. An example is public procurement. Public procurement is when the state, national, regional, or local, when they buy things. They buy products, services, and goods. And if we look at R&D expenditures here in Mauritius, it's 0.27% of GDP. I don't know the figure for procurement, public procurement, but judging from figures in other countries, it is probably 5% or something like that. And this means that public procurement is 20 times bigger than public research and development. 20 times. Almost no one has been thinking about that, because the public sector can influence all of this money by having demands that when they buy goods and services. And again, the procurement, well, it doesn't cost anything, because this money is used every year anyway. So this is a strong point, which is neglected in the innovation policies of almost all countries. When doing public procurement, it is important that the public sector describes the problem to be solved, not the product to be bought. Of course, they will buy a product, but they should describe a problem. For example, too much CO2 emission. Thank you. And this is extremely important if you want to influence the climate, health, and the environment. It is very important to describe the problem, not the product. I'll say a few more things since I'm traveling so far, all the way from Sweden. Innovation policy, it has to be coordinated. For example, by these councils of science and technology. In Sweden, we had 2 councils. We made a distinction between research and innovation. And we had a separate council for innovation. I don't say that Allah or everyone should do that, but I said it is a possibility. And I will stop in about 30 seconds now. It might even be better to relate not innovation to research, but related to economic development policy. Isn't that a good idea? Because that's what it is. It influences economic growth, productivity growth so much. So it fits better there than together with research. Now, I think I've been provocative enough here. So, but as a final word, I want to say that innovation research has matured a lot during the latest 40 years, but innovation policy is behind. They could use much more of the research results in a way that would help the development of all countries. And yeah, I just show this also. Oh. The 10 points here, what I've been actually talking about. But you also have some literature if you want to look at it closer, and then it can be downloaded. All the texts there can be downloaded free of charge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Charles, for your informative speech. We now have the pleasure to invite our next guest, Dr. Maya Cesari. Dr. Maya Cesari is the Scientific Director of CIROI. She is also the Regional Advisor for Innovation in the Blue Sector Growth. Dr. Cesari is a prominent scientist in the field for innovation in Blue Sector Growth. He's also, scientist in the field of bioinnovation and has had several scientific publications in that field. I now have the immense pleasure to invite Dr. Cesari on stage.
Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je suis très honorée et très heureuse d'être parmi vous aujourd'hui parce que je représente le conseil régional et également parce que j'ai eu l'habitude de travailler de longue date avec le professeur Tishan Bauren, et donc c'est un honneur pour moi de représenter la Réunion. Je suis élue au conseil régional, mais je suis également, comme ça a été dit, directrice scientifique de la plateforme CIROI pour cyclotron Réunion Océan Indien. Et lorsqu'en 2003, on m'a proposé d'implanter un cyclotron à l'île de la Réunion, eh bien, j'aurais dû répondre non, parce que je ne savais pas vraiment ce qu'était un cyclotron. Mais mon but n'est pas aujourd'hui de vous faire un cours sur le cyclotron, simplement de vous dire que c'est important de sortir de sa zone de confort pour pouvoir innover, pour pouvoir s'adapter et pour pouvoir croître. Et c'est ce que j'ai fait. Et aujourd'hui, nos îles vivent des situations inédites d'inconfort, de difficultés, de crises dramatiques. Une crise climatique avec le réchauffement de la planète et les conséquences que ça a sur la biodiversité, les conséquences en termes d'impact sur l'érosion, sur le trait de côte, sur les phénomènes cycloniques qu'on a vus de plus en plus nombreux, tant à La Réunion qu'à Maurice, une crise sanitaire sans précédent avec le Covid, qui a un impact énorme sur le développement social et économique de nos territoires, une crise politique avec des événements et des guerres à différents endroits dans le monde qui impactent les coûts des matières premières et les coûts des produits essentiels de première nécessité, une crise économique et une crise sociale sans précédent. Alors, comment transformer l'ensemble de ces crises simultanées que nous vivons en opportunités? Eh bien, seul le chemin de l'innovation peut nous permettre de transcender ces différentes difficultés. Nous avons besoin, tant Maurice que La Réunion, d'augmenter nos capacités d'autonomie alimentaire, d'autonomie énergétique, d'autonomie en matière de santé, d'autonomie économique. C'est pourquoi nous sommes les deux îles les plus près les unes des autres et nous avons véritablement une communauté de destin et nous devons travailler ensemble. C'est pourquoi, au niveau de la collectivité régionale, la présidente de région, Huguette Bello, a souhaité mettre au centre de son projet politique l'innovation, mais également l'éducation, la formation continue, l'enseignement supérieur, la recherche et l'innovation, pour répondre aux grands enjeux à venir du territoire. Notre but est de soutenir une innovation pour le développement économique et pour la création d'emplois, tout comme à Maurice, mais aussi nous devons respecter un certain nombre de valeurs. Nous sommes aujourd'hui à une période où nous devons soutenir une innovation responsable. Cette innovation responsable et éthique, elle doit être respectueuse de l'environnement et respectueuse des sociétés et des problèmes sociaux et sociétaux. C'est pourquoi nous passons de la stratégie S3, Smart Specialization Strategy, à la stratégie S5, Smart Specialization Strategy for Sustainable and Social Development, tout comme Maurice en a besoin également et va le faire dans sa stratégie. Notre but est également de respecter la quadruple hélice, c'est-à-dire de favoriser les liens qu'il doit y avoir entre le monde des politiques, le monde des chercheurs, des universitaires et autres chercheurs, le monde des entreprises et également la société civile, les citoyens eux-mêmes. Et donc, nous nous appuierons sur l'organisation de cette quadruple hélice pour réussir notre stratégie régionale d'innovation. Nous avons identifié 4 orientations stratégiques, 4 priorités particulières. La première est d'augmenter l'impact de notre stratégie sur le territoire. Ça, c'est le premier objectif. Et pour cela, nous avons besoin de réorganiser la gouvernance de notre stratégie et de l'améliorer, la rendre plus lisible, mais également de l'évaluer. Il est très important d'évaluer les politiques publiques. La deuxième priorité que nous avons retenue, c'est de coordonner et de soutenir l'effort de recherche et d'innovation responsable pour un meilleur impact sur le territoire et pour répondre véritablement aux grands problèmes de notre île. La troisième priorité est de faciliter les initiatives entrepreneuriales et également de soutenir la transformation des entreprises existantes. Cela passe par l'amélioration de la culture de l'innovation et également la capacité aux entreprises de transformer, de profiter des mutations mondiales en termes de transformation numérique, transformation écologique et transformation énergétique. On parle là également d'économie circulaire à l'intérieur de l'ensemble des entreprises du territoire. La dernière priorité, c'est d'intégrer et d'améliorer l'intégration des recherches et innovations réunionnaises dans les réseaux internationaux de l'innovation. Et ça passe avant tout par le renforcement de l'intégration de l'innovation et de la recherche réunionnaise dans le réseau de l'océan Indien, puis également dans les réseaux européens de la recherche et de l'innovation et au niveau plus largement mondial. Nous avons retenu, vous avez retenu 6 priorités thématiques. Nous en avons retenu 9 et très souvent, ces priorités convergent. Je vais juste les citer pour ne pas trop perdre de temps. Nous avons la première priorité qui est de soutenir et de protéger notre écologie, notre environnement et notre biodiversité. La deuxième thématique qui est de soutenir les projets de recherche et d'innovation permettant l'amélioration de la résilience et de l'adaptation face au changement climatique. La troisième priorité qui est de soutenir l'économie bleue. On parle là de la santé des océans, mais également de la pêche et de l'aquaculture. La quatrième priorité qui est de soutenir l'énergie dans des îles non interconnectées comme Maurice et La Réunion. Nous avons besoin de développer tant le stockage des énergies que l'utilisation rationnelle de l'énergie et de développer nos énergies durables locales. Le cinquième thème, c'est la digitalisation, le numérique, l'intelligence artificielle, également la cybersécurité. La sixième priorité, c'est l'habitat tropical. Comment construire mieux avec des matériaux biosourcés qui tiennent compte de nos particularités tropicales. La septième priorité, c'est l'économie verte. Comment l'agriculture et notre biodiversité, notre richesse agricole peut nous permettre de viser des niches de haute valeur ajoutée, de valeur économique agricole et de transformation agricole. La huitième priorité, c'est la santé. Et la neuvième priorité, c'est l'étude des sociétés inclusives. 3 projets ont déjà, sur la précédente période, 121 projets ont pu être soutenus sur la période 2014-2021 grâce aux fonds interrégionaux, les fonds européens interrégionaux. 3 projets qui illustrent ces 121 projets, un dans le domaine des énergies avec l'Université de La Réunion, présente aujourd'hui, et l'Université des Mascareignes, un dans le domaine de la santé avec la plateforme CIROI et le CBBR de l'Université de Maurice, et un dans le domaine de la biodiversité végétale, le comptoir des PAPAM, porté par Calitropique et différents acteurs de l'île Maurice, privés et publics. Ces fonds européens, eh bien, nous arrivons aujourd'hui à une période charnière parce que nous allons arriver à une nouvelle période des fonds européens, du programme opérationnel européen. Et donc, nous avons déjà contractualisé avec 11 États pour cette prochaine période et nous allons contractualiser avec 3 autres États. Notre but est, aujourd'hui, mon but est de favoriser les liens entre le projet mauricien d'innovation et de recherche et le projet réunionnais d'innovation et de recherche. J'ose espérer qu'on pourrait aboutir à la fin de ces assises à l'idée d'un mariage entre Innover Maurice et Innovons La Réunion. C'est ce que je suis venue vous proposer aujourd'hui. Un mariage, alors ça nécessite que chacun réfléchisse à ce qu'il met dans le panier de la mariée, et je serai à votre écoute pour qu'on réfléchisse ensemble. Je vous remercie de votre attention.
Thank you so much for your inspiring speech, Dr. Maya Cesari. We now have the honor to welcome our next guest, Mr. Dave Urku, the Managing Director at Rogers Capital. Mr. Devaku is a seasoned ICT professional who started his career at Mauritius Telecom in 1997. He successfully held the positions of General Manager at Telecom Plus, General Manager at Teleservices, and Chief Information Officer of Mauritius Telecom Group. Prior to joining Rogers Capital, he founded and led the Innova, a strategic business consultancy and ICT services in Mauritius and the Indian Ocean region. I now invite Mr. Devaku on stage to share his speech.
Good. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I think I have to go super fast because of the 10 minutes, timeline that we have. When I've been invited to talk on emerging technologies and emerging technologies for innovation, one simple question came to my mind. It's which innovative technologies would help businesses be more innovative, which will help them accelerate their digital innovation agenda and also help them be more efficient and extremely high performing. And while thinking about this, I came up with the ABCs of digital innovation, or rather AAA, B, and C, in all 5 technologies, meaning that I will be needing 5 times 2, meaning 10 more minutes to finish this, 2 minutes by technology. 5 technologies which I believe have the potential to create significant and transformative impact on businesses and on the country. If I look at the AAA, the first A would be automation. I'm talking here about robotic process automation. It's a wonderful and amazing technology. And just to understand it, you have to imagine that you're dealing with a digital worker. Instead of having a normal worker working in your, let's say, office environment in your company, dealing with the CRM, the ERP, the legacy systems, and so on, you imagine a digital worker that is doing the same thing as a normal worker. It is emulating anything the normal worker does on the CRM, the ERP, and so on, but then with a huge benefit that it is much faster. It does not make any human error. The digital worker does not take any vacation, works all round, does not take overtime, does not take a coffee break, and is always on time and so on, and also multi-skilled, meaning that the digital worker can work on multiple systems. The end result is what? The digital worker can create massive productivity gain, meaning that it will reduce the workload of the normal employees in the company and giving rise to the employees being able to focus more on strategic activities for the company. And when he's able to focus on strategic activities for the company, it means it can drive forward the company. So this is about RPA, the first innovative technology. The second one, any idea? It's artificial intelligence. It's one of the greatest technologies right now, which is transforming the lives of everybody, and which is also, I will say, you see it's there, but you are not seeing it. It's easing your life without you even knowing that AI is behind. We have AI today mainstream everywhere. It is in Google search, it is in Siri, it is in Amazon Alexa, it is in virtual assistants, virtual bots, computer vision. We are talking about natural language processing, speech recognition. Even hackers today are using AI to create cyber attacks on companies. So it's everywhere. And of course, the best example we have of AI is driverless car, which is already happening. So AI for me is a technology which is a true enabler for digital innovation. And you know why? It is because if you are in a controlled environment, AI will enable you to do things which previously you were thinking was impossible. It makes the impossible become possible. This is the power of AI, and it is bringing huge value in many companies, and this is why the large players worldwide are going for AI. The third one, the third A that I've been mentioning is analytics, but not the analytics that you are used to. It's a different, it's a next generation of analytics powered by IoT, Internet of Things, Internet of Everything, and also powered by artificial intelligence. We are talking about here, we are moving towards a data-driven economy where companies need to understand the value of data and what data can bring, if properly used, what data can bring to this. And also something which is extremely important, if we are talking about data, once we get with IoT, we get lots of data. This is what AI needs. The AI needs lots and lots and lots of data. With Internet of Things, Internet of Everything, we get the data. AI transform the data, and then what can be done as well is make it become actionable. That is, can take decision to trigger actions afterwards. If we look at, for instance, driverless car, what we're talking about here, we have a car, we have lots of sensors in the car, and then we have massive usage of AI behind. So we get lots of data from the sensors, AI transform the data, and then make the car become autonomous. It runs by itself. Now, just imagine if tomorrow in your company, we are in the same situation. You have through sensors, through IoT, it can be Internet of Everything as well. You get data, you make it work together with AI, and then it makes part of your enterprise become autonomous. It runs by itself. The AI will understand the information that is coming up, work on it, and then take action. So it is actionable. So this is what we are seeing going to happen in the near future. Once we get more and more data, once we know the value of data, the value of correct data, and we work on it. So this is what I was referring to as the AAA, automation, AI, and then analytics, but different types of analytics powered by IoT and AI. One example of how it works, whatever I've been telling you just before, in terms of next generation analytics, we see it in what I was telling you about AAA, B, and C. So I'm leaving the B for afterwards. So I'm stepping into the C. The C is cyber resilience. And here, what we are seeing an example where if we go digital, the more and more we go digital, the more we need to think about cybersecurity. We cannot go digital. We cannot say tomorrow we are becoming a digital island without looking at cybersecurity. So here, what we have to understand is cyber attacks are becoming more and more sophisticated, increasingly fast spreading, and also more and more destructive. Meaning that we cannot fight against cyber attacks just with the traditional firewalling systems we have. We need to design ways where we can act real time, in a proactive manner, and with advanced tools. Meaning we need to develop things like cybersecurity operations center to enable this to happen. The B I was talking about is blockchain. You know, many people, when they think about blockchain, it's like they don't know what is it, how to use it, and so on. And many people are saying that it's going to be the second era of internet, the next generation of internet. And I think we are on that trajectory as well. What I'm trying to tell you over here is very often we try to understand what is blockchain. And this is the mistake we are doing. It's just like the internet. When you go on the internet, let's say tomorrow you start a company, you will say, I need internet connectivity, but you don't need to know how the internet works. You just know that it works. and you just know that it's important to be connected. What you do as well with internet is, let's say you send a mail to the United States. You don't need to know, the mail, where it's going, through which nodes and so on. It's just that it works, you send a mail, in 2 minutes, your business partner will get the mail in United States. It just works. Blockchain is the same thing. It just works. You have to trust the technology. And so I cannot go more on it. If you want to know more about blockchain, we can discuss later. But for me, it is something that is going to transform, let's say, businesses and also the lives of people. Unfortunately, I don't have much time. I will end with a quote from Tom Peters. We need to test fast. We need to fail fast and adjust fast. What it means is, if you are a business, you want to, for instance, accelerate digital innovation, you cannot continue to work the same way you are doing things, to implement projects the same way. You need to work differently. You need to be more agile. You need to work with proof of concept. I remember Professor Datta was saying that we need to invest more in R&D. And what it means over here, we need to invest more in proof of concept. We cannot continue the same way as before. And when I'm saying proof of concept is, you need to be able to do projects within 2 months and learn fast. You test, you fail fast, and then you adjust, and then you move on. We cannot continue. So this is the way, I believe, this is what I've been seeing, the way to accelerate innovation within your business, your company, and so on. It is to work differently, to be agile, and to work through proof of concept. Of course, proof of concept meaning with your own data of your enterprise, with your environment within your enterprise, and also your own staff, or with the help of service providers and so on, who can come and show you what is the benefit of emerging technologies within your own enterprise. It was very fast. Sorry for that, and I missed some certain things on blockchain. We'll catch up later if you want to know more about what it can do for Mauritius and the country and so on. Good. Thank you.
On emerging technologies. Without any delay, I would like to welcome virtually our special guest from Finland, Ms. Maija Lundqvist. She is a Director of Unit Skills, Innovation and Renewal at the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment of Finland. She is highly experienced in international collaborative R&D, innovation policy, innovative business, and state aid. Today, Ms. Maija will be sharing her expert opinion on the global perspective for innovation via a recorded video session. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased and honored to speak to you today and to bring you my best regards from Helsinki, from Finland. Although we are so far away from each other on the other sides of our dear planet Earth, we are sharing the same questions about which policy actions to choose in order the best way foster research, development and innovation, competence building and competitiveness in order to adapt into the changing world. Today, I will be telling you what is done in Finland as regards to R&D&I policy. Our main actions are the preparation and implementation of R&D&I roadmap and ensuring of consistent, stable and long-term level of R&D funding. The aim of the Finnish government is socially, economically and ecologically sustainable Finland by 2030. To reach this, our key numbers are 75, 35 and 4. And I will shortly explain what these numbers mean. 75 is the goal employment level of the government. The government aims to create 60,000 new jobs and with that achieve the employment level of 75% by 2023. 35 is near the temperature on Mauritius today, lucky you. But it is also the year by which the government aims to achieve carbon neutrality well ahead of the common objective of the European Union by 2050. And today, I will concentrate to the number 4, which is the temperature in Finland last night, and is also a prerequisite to the other goals. To foster employment and to achieve carbon neutrality, we need capable workforce and new solutions. We need ambitious R&D&I policy. The government's aim is to increase the R&D&I investments to 4% of GDP and make Finland the world's most effective environment for experimenting with and developing innovations that produce sustainable solutions to societal challenges. The share of R&D investments of GDP today is 2.8%, so we still have a bit to work on. These goals are challenged and driven by several current developments which affect and are taken into account in the R&D policy. And I believe we all on this globe to share these same challenges, the same opportunities. The key driver for innovation is naturally the green and digital transition, which forces us to find solutions to tackle climate change and provides us with opportunities to make our life easier and more efficient through digital solutions. We have to react to current developments of limited availability of resources, circular economy, and carbon neutral society. To societal changes when our population ages, our way to work changes, and we need to ensure we have competent workforce available and efficient, good quality public services. And of course, we cannot leave outside the impacts of 2 years of pandemic and the current world order. In order to react to these challenges and opportunities, Finland relies on R&D&I. Our aim is to be the world's best environment for innovation and to increase the R&D investments to 4% of GDP by 2030. National roadmap for R&D&I was drawn up in 2020 and updated in the end of last year. It promotes an operating environment that encourages both Finnish and foreign companies to invest in R&D&I activities in Finland. Through the actions of the roadmap, the R&D intensity will strengthen towards the estimated objective of 4% of GDP, and the Finnish environment for innovation will become the top of the world. The roadmap and its update were prepared in close cooperation with stakeholders, including the universities, research institutes, companies, interest groups, regional agencies, funding agencies, and experts from different ministries. Key objectives of the roadmap for R&D&I are to strengthen expertise and research, raise the level of ambitions in R&D, increase cooperation between different actors, improve the global attractiveness of the Finnish R&D&I environment, and encourage companies to increase R&D&I investments in Finland. The roadmap contains about 40 measures under 3 themes: competencies, strong partnerships, and innovative public sector. The objective of the measures in competence theme is to ensure that the level of national competence and education required by the increase in the amount and ambitions of R&D&I activities will increase significantly. This means ensuring that the greater share of population has higher education, that we enhance the studying on STEM fields. We ensure top-level research infrastructures, and we attract domestic and foreign talents to work and innovate in Finland. The objective of the partnership team is to create conditions for long-term R&D&I cooperation. We all know that the best ideas can be achieved together, bringing together different operators, companies, universities, big organizations and small organizations. Here, the Academy of Finland's funding for flagship research and Business Finland's funding for leading companies complement each other to ensure the smooth process from science and research to innovations on market and new businesses. The implementation of the partnership model has received positive feedback, but there's still much to do. Above all, the flexible operating model has sought funding complementarity to cover different development stages and their diverse funding needs. As per the measures, the full coverage of the financial instruments are strengthened to support all stages of R&D activities, as well as all R&D actors, including universities of applied sciences, research institutes, and SMEs in particular. The innovative public sector is the third thematic area of the roadmap. R&D&I policy must be part of all policies and public sector activities, not only the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment and Ministry of Education and Culture. This means also the renewal of the public sector and strengthening of its own innovation capacity. Public sector acts as a booster for innovation through innovative public procurement. And here, the ambitious goal of the government is that innovative procurement forms 10% of all public procurement. And innovation can also be boosted through research and innovation-friendly regulation. In order to ensure the strong implementation of the roadmap stresses the importance of long-term international collaboration and access to international value chains. European and international cooperation opportunities and funding will be utilized even better than before. And I sincerely hope that we will find more ways to collaborate between Finland and Mauritius as well. The implementation of R&D&I roadmap is ongoing, led by the Ministry of Economic Affairs and Employment and the Ministry of Culture and Education. While the measures concentrate on improving the R&D&I environment, it is clear that many measures require that public R&D funding can be provided. Therefore, in parallel to the implementation of the roadmap, consistent, stable, and long-term level of public R&D funding is developed in collaboration between the government and the parliament. In April 2021, the government established a parliamentary working group to identify the means by which Finland commits to increasing public sector R&D funding until 2030 to meet the R&D&I objectives. The working group included a member and a deputy from each party in the parliament, and it concluded its work in December 2021. The group recommended that an act on public R&D funding will be enacted to set the increasing level of annual government R&D funding. And to complement the act, the group recommended that a long-term plan for R&D funding is to be reinforced to specify the use and content of funding. Instead of annual budget decisions and spending limit decisions for each parliamentary term, the increase in R&D funding would be determined on the basis of the act and the long-term plan, this way ensuring the consistent, stable, long-term commitment to the increase of R&D funding. Both the act and the plan are under preparation, and they should enter into force early next year. The working group also proposed the introduction of a permanent and more extensive tax incentive for research and development activities. The tax incentive supplements direct subsidies as a form of support for R&D, and in particular encourages SMEs to increase their R&D activities. It is essential to involve the private sector in increasing R&D investments. Therefore, the effectiveness of raising the investment level is closely monitored. Additional public R&D investments must bring the largest possible benefits to society. The aim should be for any additional inputs to pay themselves at increased tax revenue. The working group also presented 10 principles for the development of R&D system, seen on the right corner of the slide. These guide the future work to ensure that we achieve the ambitious objectives to increase the R&D&I investments to 4% of GDP in order to become the world's best environment for innovation. I wish you all a very interesting conference, very active and fruitful discussions and conversations around this interesting and important topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maya. We are privileged to have as our next guest speaker today, Dr. Drishti Singh Ramdhani, Director of Emerging and Services Sector at the Economic Development Board. He has expertise in the energy sector, namely as a Canada-trained mechanical engineer in thermodynamics and aeroelasticity. He won the National Level Force Avenir Award for Science and Technology in 2012. Let's hear from him on the new sectors of the economy. Dr. Drishti Singh Ramdhani.
Okay, good morning, everyone. So thank you for this invitation, the name of the Economic Development Board. So before getting right in the new sectors, maybe a little bit background on my own experience with regard to Mauritius and innovation. So myself, I'm an engineer in aerodynamics. So I was working in the mining sector in Canada. And I got the first NSERC funding for Industry 4.0. And then making a move to Mauritius, I was wondering, how far can we do things and what is relevant in Mauritius? What is our cutting edge in terms of innovation? So back in 2016, when I came, I mean, the whole team here, we analyzed and we wondered what could be done to improve the ecosystem in terms of innovation and to help, let's call it the advancement of new sectors, new technologies, integration, etc. So I wanted to share a little bit first what has been done and how far Mauritius has an edge in terms of moving fast. And I think here I have to say what I really like and what we like about Mauritius is the teamwork that we can have together. There are so many people here, I won't name everyone. There's a teamwork, there is a common strategy, and there's a speed of movement. The first thing that I recall, and what I would say is not exhaustive, just a few examples. There was one project, Funkis, many of you must know. They came, they said, look, I want to do a peer-to-peer lending platform. We couldn't do it because the law, the Public Collection Act 1969 only allowed for collection of funds by way of newspaper, by ways of knocking at the door. 1969, no internet. So to change that, we need to go to Parliament, change the law, etc. So we all sat together, and in 2016, 2017, we came with the regulatory sandbox license, which is one of the most, I would say, bold sandbox license in the world, whereby one institution can draft a piece of law for an innovative project if there is no law. We've been around to analyze for other countries. It's one of the few countries, if not the only one, which has such kind of bold sandbox license. And then moving forward together with through the MRIC mainly, there was the requirement of structuring a framework to support startup and creating that synergy between the private sector and the startup ecosystem, and then created back in 2017, the National Incubator Scheme. And congratulations to the MRIC for having put it forward, and nearly 360 or 370 incubators today there. And the list goes on. And what has this supported? Not only entrepreneurs, but also supporting new sectors. 2018, one thought was, let us create a nutraceutical sector in Mauritius. We all got together, consultancy, support from the MRIC. Today, 3 companies, one major one, already producing nutraceutical products from Mauritius, and a whole framework and a roadmap for production of nutraceuticals. Energy sector. Energy sector, we all know that the energy sector for utility-based, let's say, size projects are taken through a procurement system whereby government buy back the energy. But then the idea was, how do we accommodate for innovative projects whereby it is difficult to frame an expression of interest or request for proposal for those kind of projects? So then again, MRIC, CEB, EDB, and other stakeholders came together, and afterwards taken forward by the Marina for the innovative energy projects, whereby for 100 kilowatt projects, there can be a direct move into that scheme. So in all these different, I would say, ways, one thing which is impressive here in Mauritius is the speed at which policy framework, administrative frameworks, organization frameworks can be put forward. And also the number of schemes and the number of support mechanisms that have been put forward. At the level of MOIC in terms of grants, at the level of EDB and other institutions in terms of incentives, I think it's an opportune platform also to mention a few of the schemes. The investment scheme today that provides for an 8 years tax holiday, VAT exemption, registration duty exemption for all innovative projects. Second, a double deduction for R&D, the innovation box regime, among others, so many schemes in terms of fiscality that has been provided to support the innovative framework. And further to that, also the grant schemes at the level of MOIC. Now, what forward? What are the new sectors that at least at the level of the Economic Development Board we are promoting, and lots of efforts need to be put forward? I think Professor Otri and Professor Somtali is here. I think I would start with the biopharmaceutical sector, which is one of the main pillars that we are pushing forward. And with regard to the biopharmaceutical sector, most specifically in those who are connected to innovation and R&D, I think valorization of our own, I would say, natural resources is extremely important. And thereby comes the nutraceutical sector and the biopharmaceutical sector, which depends on our plants. And also our marine fauna and our marine resources. But there are quite a number of work that has to be done, and they're just giving some hints on the potentiality of research and development and analysis that needs to be analyzed and thought of. First and foremost, coming forward and finalizing the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol. I think that is a policy matter, but I think there's lots of R&D that has to be structured in that. And it would be difficult to valorize our own resources without this system. And happy to have noted also the presence of CIRAD, Calitropic, and our friends from Renew Island, which we are discussing with to be able to have this mutual agreement for supporting those kind of initiatives. The second, I think the big pan of development, which will require big support, is in terms of the blue economy. Be it in terms of fisheries, be it in terms of marine biotechnology, be it in terms of shipping, etc. There's lots of work to be done. When we talk about fishing, I won't go into the traditional one, but we have a 2.3 million kilometers square of exclusive economic zone, but very little knowledge besides tuna and known demersal fisheries. What are the other resources that we have? Now, how can we get investors to come invest in extremely expensive assets like ships, etc., without knowing what are the resources, what is the maximum sustainable yield, and what is the productivity, what is the processing factors? So a whole framework we are in discussion with a number of countries, and I think I will re-extend the appeal that was made this morning by a number of our policymakers to have a support and collaborative framework with other countries to be able to make that determination of the resources, mostly in terms of biomass value in our waters. The second aspect is the marine biotechnology sector, where the Mauritius Oceanographic Institute, I think Dr. Mari will be presenting tomorrow, will be presenting the work that has been done with regard to sponges, corals, etc., which could be valorized for medical and pharmaceutical purposes, but where support is required with regard to isolation, characterization, etc. So again, there has been lots of work that has been done, but in terms of to further them, expertise support is required. And I will end, I think I have 1 minute. So I will end to make a point with regard to what the co-founder rather of the GII has mentioned this morning about the importance of collaboration between academia and the private sector. Myself, having worked as the director of the Institute of Technology and Industrial Maintenance of Quebec, one thing which was impressive was the number of output, startup output, project output, company output that was derived from the investment of private sectors in university. And I would say I have to extend here, I think Yamal is here, the excellent work of institutions like Polytechnique, where lots of work is being done, which could be valorized from the private sector. We are coming up, we are finalizing the procurement for the setting up of the digital startup marketplace. And we hope that this marketplace would be used to portray, I think very important, the portray of the talent of Mauritians and non-Mauritian, I think all students from abroad, etc. And also inventors, not to forget that we also have the innovators permit, which allows for foreigners to come work and structure innovative assets in Mauritius. For it to be valorized, recognized by the private sector, and to foster further this innovation. So again, to share all these broad ideas, and I think there will be lots of discussion further. Again, thank you, MRIC, and looking forward for more in-depth discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramdani, for your words on this very perspective topic. Following this presentation, please give a warm welcome to Mr. Sidney Peer. Carrying more than 3 decades of expertise within the hospitality industry in Mauritius and internationally, Mr. Peer is a Chief Sales and Marketing Officer of Marriott International Mauritius franchise. He was a past chairman of the Mauritius Tourism Authority and held senior executive position in renowned Mauritius hotel chains. Today, Mr. Peer will provide his insight on rebuilding the tourism industry through innovation. Mr. Peer, the stage is yours.
Great. Okay, I'm testing technology. Let's just put light. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me this opportunity, MRIC, to talk about innovation in our industry. I'm Sidney Peer, the Chief Sales and Marketing Officer of Marriott Hotels in Mauritius. Just before we start, I'd like to switch off a light.
Okay, Eddie, you're in position. It's time for you to smell item number 1.
Spray paint? The first box. Oh my God, I smelled like chemicals. And I was getting high for a second.
Okay, Eddie, get in position for item number 2.
That smells like garbage. Oof. I don't know what that is, but it's making me what? I never smelled anything like that in my life. Well, a dog.
Eddie, you can move on to the next one.
Okay.
You could see you had light. There's no doubt that our industry today and the whole planet is dependent on energy. And the challenge we're facing is one of the main for that entire century. If we don't respond to this challenge, our guest, because when we talk about tourism, we talk about growth, we talk about development. How many more tourists? How many more revenue? Because it's very important for our industry. Tourism, one of our main pillars. If we look prior to pandemic, this industry contributed to one out of 11 jobs in the world. 333 million jobs was created by the tourism industry in the world. 10.3% contribution to our global GDP. 9.8 trillion US dollar. This is how important this industry is. But you know, like me, that this industry, at the speed that this industry is growing, has also some impact to our environment. We're talking of innovation and research. But if we look at how much research has been done, the nexus between tourism and energy, we have very limited research. So let's look at some figures. This is one of the very few reports that one organization done, I think it was in 2017. This is energy consumption in hotels. Do you know these kind of energy consumption? Kitchen 11%, water features 10, cold storage and wastewater, sorry for the spelling, laundry 6, ventilation 6%, external lighting, restaurant lighting, everything you see. You are sitting in a hotel, but do you know how much energy do we consume? When we're talking about growth, when we're talking about one more tourist, more revenue, do you know the impact on our industry? Do you know that rooms represent 11% of all the consumption? You know, we're talking of a challenge that is existing, is more than ever present today with what's happening in Ukraine and in Russia. Energy is at the center of energy. Everything, we're talking about energy. I'm glad air conditioning and rooms all together represent 56% of consumption of energy in hotels. So when we're talking during this week about innovation and research, I think what's required is to go back to the basics and to understand what kind of research do we have today. We're talking of data. I see few of my colleagues in the room which are very passionate about data, about statistics. Very important. When we talk about research, technology, and development, in order for us to reinvent, because without technology, without research, if we don't find a solution, if we don't respond to what's waiting for us, to this challenge, there's no growth. We can't even think of, you probably have read or heard me talking about why are we still sticking to 1 million tourists? Why don't we talk about, why 2 million? Why don't we talk about 5 million? Why don't we talk about 10 million tourists? Yes, I believe in it. But have we planned? Have we talk about our water, about wastewater, about energy? But I'm not saying that we should stop developing. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that we should not, because this industry is very important for our economy, like it is for the world economy. What I'm saying is that all those brains all together, with all the technology we have, just to start doing some research, proper research in all those areas. You see, before we hear the sound coming, because 10 minutes is very difficult just to talk about one technology. I just wanted to talk about one technology that exists not only here in this resort. I invite you to go and visit it or speak to anyone at reception. But what if we could develop the industry and at the same time reduce our impact? Yes, let there be light, because AD needs light. But let's also be lighter, have a lighter footprint. This is how development should be. This is how growth should be. We should have both in parallel. Think of the planet, but at the same time, think of eating today, because we need more tourism. We need more revenue to eat. What if we have a technology that reduces not 5%, not 10%, not 15%, but 20% of energy consumption? So I'm going to invite you to visit, and in this hotel, there are over few hotels, not a lot, that have introduced the GRMS, the guest room management system. What does the GRMS do? Because when we talk about sustainability, about our conscious, you know, our customer journey, the guests before we travel, 11,000 kilometers to come here. They're all looking, but they're telling you about green marketing, everybody's thinking green. But when the guests come to the resorts, you put this little signage, don't drop your towel, keep it if you can use it. Okay, we all travel here in the room. How many of us really do it? Out of 10? 3? How many really, while we're enjoying a holiday, are really conscious about environment? We have all these kind of labels, signage everywhere, alert about environment. So this is where technology comes into place. So GRMS control your lighting and the room temperature. And it can even be controlled at the reception. It can even be controlled before you arrive, and you have system monitors in the room that tells you when the guest is not in the room to reduce or to cut the air conditioning and the lighting. And at the same time, providing AD some kind of comfort, so that when AD gets into the room, AD get proper lighting. So I really recommend all the researchers we have and everyone passionate about data to go and see for means how we can reduce our impact on the environment so that AD can be happy. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sidney Pierre, for the very engaging presentation. I hope that this has been a pleasant and interesting session so far. You're all kindly invited for lunch in the main restaurant. I would like to inform you that our lunch break will end at 1:15 p.m. It will be a great pleasure to have you return to this room on time. Please enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I'm connected now. Hello?
Hello.
Hello? 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 Hello?
Bon, essai 1, 2, 3. Hi, how are you?
Hello?
Yeah, are you fine?
Yes, you are faint. Hello?
I can hear you.
Hello.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi, you're a little faint. Can you hear
Madame,
me?
tu peux augmenter un petit, s'il te plaît?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you
Yeah, I
very
can hear
well.
you clear.
All right, okay. Yours is a
Yeah.
little faint, but it's okay. Yeah.
And for us, now it's good?
Pardon?
Now for us is good?
Good.
Okay,
It's
good.
good for me too.
Yeah.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's good. It's
All right.
perfect.
You want me to share my screen?
Yeah, sure.
All right, okay. So let me just share my screen. Host disabled. Okay. So you enable me to share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay, so have you enabled it? Okay, good, perfect.
Yeah.
Right, okay. So let me share my screen now. Share. All right, let me go to the top.
Ah, that's great.
Okay, can you see it now? And then I put it on.
Yeah, I can. It's
Okay,
very clear.
it's okay.
It's perfect.
All right, okay, great. So we're in
Yeah.
business. So I will share my screen from here.
Yeah.
And I have what, 10 minutes, isn't it?
Yeah, you have 10 minutes.
Yeah, I have 10 minutes, so I'll try as much as possible to
But
stick.
there will be some delay.
Pardon?
There will be some delay.
There will be
Just
some
hold
delay.
on. Yeah. Just hold on, please. One of the staff of MRIC will explain you for the delay.
All right, okay, thank you.
Hello, Dr. Peggy, can you hear me?
Yes, hello. I think it's a bit faint.
We are running a bit late with the program. So
Okay.
the time you're scheduled to speak is likely to move maybe 15 to 20 minutes.
Okay,
What I'll do is I'll ask Madhvi to send you a message 10 minutes before you're supposed to speak, so
Yeah.
that you can get yourself ready.
okay, all right. Anyway, I'm online, I'm listening to, so yeah.
Okay, that's good.
All right,
Thank you.
great. Thank you very much. But my
you.
video, camera, everything is okay?
I'm sorry, I didn't get that.
I'm saying that the video, my video and sound, everything is okay.
Yes, it's perfect right now. Yeah.
All right, okay. Thank you.
Sorry,
All right.
is there a
So
there
I
a video?
cannot-
Is
Yeah.
there a video in your presentation?
Pardon?
Is there a video in your presentation?
No, there's no video.
No. Okay, fine.
Yeah, because sometimes
you.
it can be a problem. So, but I have a link that people can check the video if they want.
Okay.
I will not play it, but in my presentation, if you share it, they'll be able to play the video themselves.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we are no. So we
So
are good.
all right.
We are done with the testing. We'll see you later.
All right, okay. Thank you very much. Have a good, okay, all right, bye-bye. Okay, let me.
Bonjour Léon. Regarde bonjour Léon. Si tu es rentré, après il est sorti, non? Sign out. Oui, envoyez. Could you please join on les assises?
Non.
Devant moi, une chose. Devant moi, une contact. C'est bon.
Having a good experience.
No.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to les Assises de la Recherche et de l'Innovation Day 1. I hope that you have enjoyed your lunch. Without any further ado, we are pleased to introduce our next speaker, Professor Lina Pelliccioni, an esteemed guest from Curtin, Mauritius. Professor Pelliccioni is the inaugural Pro-Vice Chancellor of Curtin, Mauritius since 2019. Her specialty is education and innovation, in particular the integration and effective use of ICT in learning and teaching. And today she will be sharing with us her expert opinion on implementing innovative technology towards the transformation of academia through a video. Professor Lina Pelliccioni, thank you.
Hello, my name is Lina Pelliccioni and I'm the Pro-Vice Chancellor of Curtin, Mauritius. Curtin University is an innovative global university known for its high-impact research, strong industry partnerships, and commitment to preparing students for jobs of the future. Curtin is ranked in the top 1% of universities worldwide in the highly regarded academic ranking of world universities. Curtin, Mauritius is part of a global network of campuses which circle the Indian Ocean rim. As a bold and future-focused university, our mission is to transform lives through education and research. Today, I will provide you with a small window of how innovative technology is being implemented across our global network, with the aim to demonstrate how these technologies and future technologies have the potential to transform higher education. I need to begin by declaring a number of professional and personal dispositions. The first one, when identifying an innovation, it is essential to consider the context. What can be classified as innovative for one context may not be for another. 2, a deep commitment to working toward ensuring the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 4. Ensure inclusive and equitable quality education and promote lifelong learning opportunities for all. Disposition 3, remember the purpose of higher education. John Curtin, our university's namesake, said, "Above all things, the university must have a soul. It is the divine spirit of service and sacrifice for service must pervade all its works." 4, students are at the heart of any education system. Their experience and engagement with technology must always be purposeful and add value. My final disposition, people innovate. Technology is the tool, the enabler which supports people to innovate and is often the byproduct of the innovation process. In summary, context, inclusive and equitable quality education, service and people guide this presentation. The Horizon Report has a long history of charting emerging technology and trends in higher education. In 2021, the report identifies 6 technologies and practices which will have a significant impact on the future of higher education. These are artificial intelligence, blended and hybrid course models, learning analytics, micro-credentialing, open educational resources, and quality online learning. Are you surprised? Like me, probably not. You have likely already seen these technologies being used, especially given the impact of the pandemic and the reliance on these technologies for business continuity and survival. I will touch on how some of these technologies are being used to transform context, inclusivity, service, and people. The higher education digital context is being transformed by forming strong alliances and partnerships with industry and government, which require new business models. Curtin University is collaborating with Amazon Web Services to create a new digital platform foundation that will enable the transformation of digital experiences for students and staff. As part of a multi-year strategic agreement, by the end of 2022, Curtin will be moving the vast majority of its IT systems and data into a digital platform hosted on Amazon Web Services. This will enable automated IT management, provide new digital services for innovation projects, and allow for data-driven decisions across the university services, while reducing infrastructure costs. This collaboration with Amazon Web Services will provide the technology foundation to enable future innovation. Funding higher education continues to come under scrutiny and be a challenge across the globe. The ability to partner with government as well as industry is essential to promote ongoing innovative practice, which could lead to real transformational change. An example which was very recently announced, where Curtin University was named the first of Australia's Trailblazer universities to receive a share of more than 242 million Australian dollars in federal government funding to develop a research commercialisation hub to turn research outputs into breakthrough services, products and businesses. Curtin will partner with 2 other Australian universities and 33 industry partners across Australia. This project will drive benefits through delivery under the 3 pillars: university transformation, technology readiness, and of course, commercialisation. Advancing digital equity has been identified as a significant challenge impeding technology adoption over many years, and never has it been more stark than through the pandemic. Open educational resources are digital resources that are freely available and accessible. An amazing resource is the 2021 Global Learning Landscape Handbook. It is open source taxonomy for education innovation. It is dynamic as people contribute to the resources, responding to the learning needs of its global users, thus providing accessible, inclusive and quality education. This type of mindset and technology has transformed the way we view IP for openly sharing of resources. Staying true to one's mission is crucial, or we lose sight of where we are going. Technology enables us to transform the way we teach and the way we learn. It enables us to develop curriculum which provides authentic learning opportunities and access to experts across the globe. Solving real-world problems and developing curious and socially responsible global citizens with the skills, knowledge and tools to change lives and make a difference is our remit. The video is an exemplar of this in action. People are our most valuable asset, and all the educational tools in the world will not improve the educational outcomes for our learners without the skills and knowledge to implement them effectively. Developing a culture of critical consumers of technology, innovation and continuous learning is essential in higher education. The pandemic has supercharged the development and enabled seamless access to professional learning for staff as well as students. Higher education has a responsibility to its people and communities to support technology development as well as innovation. According to the ITREX group, technology is transforming higher education through the following avenues: student lifecycle management, student engagement and motivation, smart campus designs, assistive learning technologies, and tech-assisted mental health interventions. Curtin has been enhancing the student experience through technology by providing students with a range of blended and hybrid course models, allowing students with greater flexibility to switch from one mode to another, depending on their life circumstances and preferences. Curtin has partnered with edX to deliver micro-credentials on the edX platform. These complement the Curtin Credential Suite. Curtin has also developed a game-based platform called Challenge that allows students the opportunity to learn and obtain recognition. In addition, we are currently utilising several products from the LinkedIn ecosystem. Technologies such as artificial intelligence is being used across the university in various ways to transform the way we assess and research. Remote invigilation software called Iris is one such technology. Iris is owned and operated by Curtin. It records and uses facial recognition to analyse behaviour during online tests. Technology allows us to leverage our resources across our global campuses in powerful ways and build capacity regardless of physical location. Staying connected with our current students, staff, global alumni and partners is essential when establishing a global network community and supportive culture. Higher education can use technologies to support and develop global learning communities. In their publication, Education in 2030, Holland IQ used their rigorous methodology to capture possible futures for learning and teaching through 5 distinct scenarios. Education, as usual, is number 1, which is traditional education as we know it. Regional rising, which relies on regional alliances, cooperative and blended learning. The third are global giants, and as you would imagine, they are mega universities. Fourth, peer-to-peer, providing rich, personalised human-to-human experiences. And the final is robo-revolution, which is driven by artificial intelligence. Where would Mauritius like to see themselves in 2030? To be an innovation-savvy nation, where would Mauritius need to be? And what would they need to do to get there? Higher education needs to be future-focused, responsive and continuing to question how they can use technologies to innovate and transform. What are the big ideas? And how do we use technology to make them happen while considering context, inclusive and equitable approaches, our mission and our people? What we do know is that we can't do this alone. We need strong, respectful and reciprocal partnerships. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Pellichonnet, for this very insightful talk on innovative technology and academia. We are privileged to welcome Mr. Shantanu Bhattacharya, a very special guest from India. Mr. Shantanu Bhattacharya is the Scientific Secretary of the Indian Space Research Organization. He has more than 30 years of experience in the areas of remote sensing, digital image processing, geographical information system, and decision support systems. And today he will be delivering a talk on space, the final frontier of innovation. With that, I ask that you give your full attention to Mr. Bhattacharya and help me in welcoming him to the stage. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Sorry, there was a small technical issue with the presentation. I think they have put the wrong presentation. So I would like to give a talk, a brief talk on the space, the final frontier of innovation. As we know, basically the space provides the vantage point, basically to view the entire Earth in totality. It facilitates the connectivity across barriers, across physical barriers, across transnational boundaries. And space is one area which can act as a key driver, basically to shape the economy of the country and also basically shape the destiny of people, also the quality of life. And while doing so, there is a long process which can catalyze the innovations in various sectors concerned with the space. So I will just take you very briefly to the journey of Indian space program. The Indian space program basically made a very humble beginning in the early 60s with a vision inspired by Professor Vikram Sarabhai. He gave the vision that we would like to use the space technology for the benefit of common man. We are not into the race for going to the different planets, but we would like to see the applications which are derived from the space technology are basically reaching the last mile and for the benefit of the people. With that vision, we started, and for the last 50 years, that vision has been nurtured, has been sustained, and has been enriched with many more applications. And today, we have made the remarkable progress in terms of building our indigenous capability in the launch vehicles, the satellites, the cost-effective missions. I will come to that, how we have made the missions very cost-effective through various innovations, and also technology transfer, and even spin-off of the space technology in various sectors, including the health. So this is our evolution of the space program. As I told you that we also started with very baby steps to begin with. We started in the early 60s, and the space program was only for a scientific quest. We wanted to do research in the upper atmosphere. So we started with this launching of small sounding rockets. And that also we started with the help of the French government. Later on in the 80s, we moved to the experimental phase where we started building our own smaller satellites for experimental purpose. We started developing the technology, the prototypes. And then in the 90s, we went for the operational phase where we started building the operational missions, meeting the various needs of the government, the fundamental priorities of the government, and how it can help, the satellite can help the various applications in various line departments, starting from agriculture to water resources to forestry to all the line departments. And now, after realizing the operational missions and having achieved a space in the space arena, we now started working on innovative missions and then started moving for planetary and interplanetary missions. So still today, the dimension, this is the dimension of the Indian space program. If you see, our entire space program is still today also, it is people-centric and the application-driven. Before any satellite mission we plan, before any satellite mission we conceive, we see to it how the mission is going to help the government, how the mission is going to help the common public. So that is why the main vertical is the space applications. Then we design the satellite based on the space applications, what kind of satellite is needed. And then we build the launch vehicles. We evolved also launch vehicles over the years in different versions of launch vehicle. And then now, of course, we are moving also to our first human space flight, where we would like to put the human to space. So this is the growth of our launch vehicle. As I told you, everything we started with the taking small steps and doing different kind of innovations. We started with the sounding rocket, as I told, 1963 with the help of French government. Then we moved to our SLV-3, which can launch only 40 kg of small payload into low Earth orbit. And then slowly we went to the PSLV, which is now also a very reliable vehicle. It has proved its reliability across the globe. And it can put various satellites from 1.7 ton satellite to sort of 3.2 ton satellite into the low Earth orbit. And then we moved to the GSLV, which can put 2.2 ton satellite. And now we are moving to Mark III, which is operational now with a 4 ton satellite it can put in the space. So you can see how our journey has been through the process, which started with from 40 kg and we are now reached to 4 ton capacity. And to do this and to make the entire process very cost effective, that our basic idea is to reduce the cost of access to space. We have done a lot of R&D and innovation in terms of avionics, in terms of materials and the chemicals and the energy systems. So I will just take one example of our Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, which is a renowned launch vehicle and a very competitive launch vehicle across the space arena in the globe. See, this is one launch vehicle which has almost completed 54 missions, and the reliability of the PSLV is something like almost 97%. And you see how it has become cost effective, that we have done a lot of innovations in all the materials, including avionics, materials, composites, and the control systems. You can see almost 80 to 85% of the launch vehicle is totally indigenous. We don't have much of dependency on the launch vehicle on the other countries. And it is we have tried to make the satellite which can really cater to different needs. So this is a launch vehicle which has put the satellite to low Earth orbit. It has also launched the satellite for the moon. It has also launched the satellite to the Mars. So that is how we innovate and do the mission planning. Using the same vehicle, we can put the satellite into different orbits. It has also created a sort of record for keeping 104 satellites in one single mission. We could launch 104 satellites, 96 satellites from America to Israel, Kazakhstan, Netherlands, and UAE. And another thing is we have done one more innovation, that generally the last stage of the Polar Satellite Launch Vehicle, which puts the satellite in the orbit. And after that, the stage will be only moving in the orbit. So now we are offering this particular PS4 stage, which is in the orbit for doing various experiments. So we have now designed the PSLV 4 stage along with the solar panels. So some countries who want to do some experiment in the space for a shorter duration of time, maybe 3 months to 6 months time, they can also use that platform like a sort of orbital platform which is in the orbit, and it can act as a satellite. So this is a very new innovative design has been made. Similarly, if you talk about the Earth observation, where people talk about the remote sensing data, you can see how we have moved starting from the push broom technology to the very high resolution imaging. Earlier when we started, we were getting the images of 1 kilometer resolution. And today we have built the capability to get the resolution of almost 30 centimeters. So I am just showing some of the epochs that when we started with the push broom technology or the 3-tier technology in 1985, or to the stereo imaging 2005, we were the only country in the world. Though we started in this space in remote sensing technology quite late, but in 2005, when we gave the stereo imaging satellite at 2.5 meter resolution, the satellite had 2 cameras and it could view the Earth in 3 dimensions. So that was the only satellite in the world that time when we started with stereo. Similarly, we went for the TDI imaging in 2016, and now, of course, 30 centimeter resolution, which is almost comparable to WorldView and Digital Globe in US. And similarly, in case of meteorology, you see, we started with something like almost getting 4 images per day. We have the capability today to get an image every 15 minutes. So this is the kind of satellites we have improved. This is one talk with the satellite communication. Here also, if you can see, we have 18 satellites in the orbit. And even in satellite communication, besides providing the communication and telecommunication backbone to the country, our idea is basically how the communication SATCOM technology can help the people. So we have developed the innovative technologies like telemedicine or teleeducation. Today, we have something like 50 to 60,000 classrooms which are supported using the satellite communication for distant education. And something like more than 450 hospitals are there, which are connected to super specialty hospitals using this satellite communication. And now, using some of the new innovations, we have built our own navigation constellation called Navik. It is like a GPS constellation, of course, confined to India and 1,500 kilometers across the country. But we have done, as I told you, our always prime aim is to see how we really deliver the applications for the common man. So using the GPS, the navigation satellites also, we have done a lot of applications for the fishermen and the coastal security. So the overall idea is basically we are using the entire space technology for humanity, for the socio-economic security, to the disaster risk reduction and sustainable development. And today, out of the 17 SDGs, almost 13 SDGs are being addressed to using the space technology in India. So this is one example. I will just show quickly 2 examples and then I'll stop my talk. This is the space technology, how we use it for the blue economy, giving the ocean state forecast for all the ships which are basically navigating in the weather, navigating in the ocean, talking about the weather applications. We also give the forecast of the rip current. So this is for operational forecast we give for 175 beaches. It is extremely useful for the tourism, wherein we give the alerts about the likelihood of drowning because of the high tides. One very unique applications we have done for the potential fishing zone forecast. So I'll just go to this slide. If you can see here, we have integrated the remote sensing data, the meteorological data, and the navigation satellites for the livelihood of the fishermen. In India, we have got something like 7,500 kilometer coastline, and more than 7 million fishermen are there. So using our OceanSat data, basically we say that these are the areas where you have the likelihood of getting good fish catch. So they're just 2 more minutes. So their fish catch has increased almost something like 2 to 5%, 5 times, and they also have the reduction in the saving of fuel. So this is a unique application which basically talks about the integration of all the 3 applications. Similarly, for the green economy, you can see agriculture, we give the production forecast for the 8 major crops in the country. As soon as the crop is sown until it is harvested, 4 times we give the forecast how much is going to be the production, which is very helpful for the Ministry of Agriculture. Similarly, for the horticulture, using the space technology, identify the sites which are suitable for the expansion of the horticulture, then also helping the government in terms of crop insurance, even the farmers to get the claim on their crop failure, how the space technology is being used. So this, of course, and then you have a lot of examples of the geospatial governance, where technology is being used, starting from monitoring of all the public benefit programs. And in fact, in India, any financial transaction for the public benefit program is done after validating the program by the space technology. So this is just one slide I will show on the space science and exploration. Chandrayaan 1, Chandrayaan 2, and Chandrayaan 3. We already did Chandrayaan 1 in 2008. Which basically proved the presence of water on the moon surface. Then we went to Chandrayaan 2, where we could really distinguish whether water is in the liquid form, or it is in the soil, or it is in the form of ice. And now with the Chandrayaan 3, we are going to demonstrate the soft landing of the lander on the moon surface. So this is another mission of the Mars orbiter. Of course, I can't tell more in detail about this right now. Okay. Anyway. Okay, so I'll just close with my last slide that basically in India, as I told you, we are using the space technology as an enabler and catalyst for transforming the economy of the country, whether you talk about the societal economy, talk about the sustainable development, the governance, and of course for science innovation and quality of life. We have planned for the next generation satellites with innovative payloads. We are also participating in the virtual constellation along with other countries, and now working on the next generation analytics. Utilizing the data, how we are going to really build the applications for the benefit of the common man. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shantanu Bhattadekar. A very informative presentation indeed. I would now like to welcome our next guest speaker. We're extremely honored to welcome Dr. Peggy Oti-Boateng from Ghana. Dr. Oti-Boateng is the Director of Science, Policy and Capacity of UNESCO. She has over 32 years working experience in teaching, research, and development of technologies for sustainable development and STI policy. Today, Dr. Oti-Boateng will be sharing with us her expert opinion on African imperatives for innovation via a video conference. Thank you.
Good afternoon, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. I hope you can see my screen. Sorry. I hope you can see my screen. Hello? I hope you can see my screen. Am I audible? Hello? Can you hear me?
Dr. Oti-Boateng, thank you. We can hear you and see your screen as well.
All right. Thank you very much, colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. Well, just about good morning from Paris and good afternoon where you are. It's a pleasure to be part of this conference. Sorry we couldn't make it to Mauritius, but I hope the next time we'll be able to do that. As indicated, I'm going to give an overview of African imperatives for innovation and why we need to advance international collaboration. from the perspectives of the UN and also from the perspectives of the African Union. This is the African Union agenda. Africa is the only continent that developed a 50-year agenda. And this was just before the UN agenda. And interesting enough, it's in, it really aligns with the UN Sustainable Development Goals. And one of the agendas of Africa is to enhance science, technology, and innovation for sustainable development of the continent. And that is the Africa we want. So why does Africa want this? They said they want an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, driven by its own citizens and representing a dynamic force. And precisely why it is very important that we are having this meeting in Mauritius. And I hope we have other African countries who have joined into this, because there's so much to learn from Mauritius in the area of innovation, science, technology, and innovation, and also even higher education transformation, as indicated earlier on. Science and engineering are the heart of the Sustainable Development Goals, and also the vision of Africa. And, I believe is the vision of, Mauritius, having been part of Mauritius Sustainable Development Agenda, for the last, 10 years. The COVID has brought to bear the really importance of identifying and providing sustainable and innovative solutions. But these solutions have to be vibrant, transparent, and doesn't only have to be based on science and engineering, but also the whole community. And I'm pleased that we also have strong private sector involvement here. But we also build on emerging, technologies and, opportunities in the world. And the Sustainable Development Goal, the 17 goals, offers us great opportunities. For example, agribusiness, infrastructure development, health and education, environmental, and also ocean sustainability. And I know Mauritius, you have great opportunity and examples, good practices in blue economy. And we'd love to see this, innovations, in this that you can radiate to the rest of Africa. But we also want to see value addition to be driven by science, technology, innovation. And as indicated by the Pro-Vice Chancellor earlier on, the skills of the future are ICT, artificial intelligence, digital science, digital data science, higher education transformation, including engineering at all levels. These are very important. But how is Africa doing this? COVID has, has provided a wake-up call to indicate that countries that have constantly invested in science, technology, and innovation have been able to build back better. But what it's missing globally is that these policies have not incorporated areas of gender transformation. And in Africa, just as any of the world, we're looking at not leaving anybody behind. And I'll give you some, data from UNESCO Science Report, which indicates that women, they haven't met the parity yet. And I'm pleased to see that Mauritius has attained parity of 45%, and it's much, much higher than most of the African countries in research and innovation compared to other countries. But what is missing globally is that women remain a minority as innovators. And it'd be good to see, even in Mauritius, how many women are innovators. Do you have, a database of, women innovators? And we are leaving women behind in some of the key areas that, of the Industrial Revolution. But we, the UNESCO Science Report has indicated that to be smart in the digital innovation, we need to be very inclusive. And another one is also even in engineering. As you can see, well, Mauritius is quite higher, compared to other African countries. But if we're talking about globally, we only have 28% share of women engineers globally, which means, again, women, haven't been involved in all this innovation, in also the, industrial revolution technologies. And if we look at it, only 22% of women are involved in the cutting edge fields such as artificial intelligence. So again, there's a lot that we have to do. And I hope with the higher education transformation, these will be taken into account. If you look at the African continent, there's a big challenge, but I think, there's a good practices from Mauritius, which has to be shared, across board. But what is key now is that we need to have global partnership in science, technology, and innovation, so that we'll be able to bridge that knowledge and gender gap. We also need science and innovation for all, if we want to aspire for the SDGs. But then we need to connect, and I'm very happy we also have social scientists, engineers, innovators, industry, so that we'll be able to create new products and services, in Mauritius. I was very pleased to listen to the gentleman who presented on tourism, which means that we need sustainable, even tourism. And he gave an area, of energy. And again, this is what we'll be looking for. Yes, as Africa and also as Mauritius, we need to develop, technical assistance and skills, in assessing, what we have and build on what we have, leapfrog on what we have, which means that we need to build, enhance on open science and open innovation, share those information so that it can generate, different forms of innovation. We need to also have technology scouting. Have we scouted the technologies we have in Mauritius so that we can build on it, so that we can co-create and co-design at all levels, national, regional, and international. These are the areas that we have to look at. We need to share information, create platforms. We need to have also international collaboration. That is key. Now, I know Mauritius is an island, but this is, you're part of, Africa. So, and you have so much that you can share with the rest, of Africa and also the world. This is the time to enhance international partnership and collaboration. We also need to have standard setting instruments, and you have, but share it and also build on science, engineering, innovation policy frameworks and guidelines. This is what we need so that, we can build on better and explore new initiatives, for partnership for action. I can't stop without talking about the recently approved UNESCO recommendation on open science. And Mauritius has a great potential to be part of it because you have all the science, you have all the engineering. So what we need to do now, how do we share that? How do we make sure that we're making the scientific process more transparent, inclusive, and more democratic? And that open science is increasingly recognized as critical for sustainable development goals and also for, innovation. But we need to provide that tantalizing opportunities in Africa for joint partnership. And Mauritius, you have the capacity to do that. And what is the open science? The open science international, it's an international normative instrument. It provides international agreement, have core values and principles, even principles of innovation, principles of data sharing, principles of, knowledge sharing. But we also want to address multi-actors and stakeholders. And we want to have different actions at different levels. We also want to promote innovative approaches for open science at different stages of the scientific world. But more importantly, we need to have a comprehensive science monitoring framework. And just to give you an idea of what open science is, and you really, really resonate with what you're talking about, innovation. Can we have open innovation, which you can share the knowledge, information without necessarily, enhance, without necessarily not making industries grow. So we need open scientific knowledge, open science infrastructure. Infrastructure is key for the Industrial Revolution. Infrastructure is key for digital transformation. But are many Africans there? I know Mauritius is there, but I know there's still opportunity for more, progress. We need open engagement of all society actors as we're doing now. We need to continue doing what we're doing now so that we can create the awareness globally, but also in Mauritius among all the actors, and also want to have open dialogue with knowledge system, exactly what we're doing now. So kudos to Mauritius for doing it. Then the areas of action which we're looking at, and I know you were looking at investment in human resources, but we also want to, have a future, fostering a culture of open science. We want to promote innovative approaches and invest in infrastructure and services, promote common understanding of open science. It's only by doing this that we can leapfrog as Africa continent, or also even as the island of Mauritius. Now we're developing the implementation strategy, and I'll call on you to be part of it. We want to develop open science platform for Africa, because, as you realize, needs are different, aspirations are different. Africa, will need to partner with the rest of the world, but our needs are different. And based on Africa, agenda, or, we need to develop, Africa open science platform. And I encourage Mauritius to be part of this, and invite you to the next, Africa meeting on the Africa Open Science Platform in South Africa, which will be part of the Science Forum in November this year. But what we also need is fundraising, and I can see, in terms of fundraising, how do we link up nationally, internationally, so that we can fundraise to do what we have to do, because this for us is the future. In conclusion, by making science, engineering, technology, and innovation more connected to societal needs, and by promoting equal opportunities for all, that means we need scientists, engineers, policymakers, private sectors, and citizens, that open science and innovation can be a real game changer. And this can bridge the knowledge gap and innovation gap between and within countries. And by doing that, to fulfill the human right to science, but not only that, but also to advance the African Union agenda, and also advance, the agenda for Mauritius. So we call on you to collaborate with the rest of African countries, which UNESCO provide that platform, to, engage with all African countries, but especially also with the small island development states, in which, Mauritius is also part of it, because your needs and aspirations may be different from the mainland, in terms of disaster risk reduction, environmental sustainability, those areas, So we call on you to be part of this, dynamic program, which UNESCO has developed for the next 8 years, and you were part of it as, the member state. So in a nutshell, I'd like to thank you very much for giving us the opportunity from UNESCO, and also giving me the opportunity as a professional and also another African to share with you what we have for the 2 global priorities that UNESCO is driving, which is Priority Africa and Priority Gender. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Oti Weteng, for your enlightening speech and your presence today. We are now privileged to have as our next guest today, Mr. Dylan Bechu, founder of Zaproch Limited. Let's hear from him his views on the future of ICT sector in Mauritius. Thank you.
My first time. Good afternoon, everyone. Let's start with defining the future of ICT in Mauritius. The best way to predict the future is to invent it, by Theodore Hook. Over the years, Mauritius has been having an increasing demand in ICT. And with COVID pandemic, our school turned online. Our office meetings are being done from home. And businesses are looking for new technologies to implement to overcome the COVID pandemic, the next COVID pandemic. Today, governments are putting a lot of efforts in bringing innovation, in bringing digitalization to sustain our economy in the next future. Sorry. Let's see. Mauritius has a plan. And if compared to the European Society Index, we see we have a similarity where human capital, connectivity, integration of digital technology, digital public sectors, and full focus on research and development, which means we have a plan. And this plan, when compared to the European index, our plan is strong. But most important is we have added the cybersecurity element to this, to our future plan. Also recently, Mauritius has been ranked first in sub-Saharan region and 52nd globally, which means Mauritius like to innovate, and Mauritius has a very good plan. Innovate Maurice. Let's see how technology is empowering other nations. Singapore, who is focused on businesses, friendly environment, and on high-tech production, tech production, with innovation being as one of Singapore's biggest tool for its economy. We have United States, where it's the most technology advanced military and also the home of many fintechs, many tech giants, including Google, Facebook, Apple, Intel, IBM, and Microsoft. We have Japan and China, where they are already promoting robotics, machinery, earthquake engineering, metals and semiconductors. China has high-speed trains. India, we just heard about the space exploration, and India has positioned itself to be among the best to get, scientific research in space exploration with moon mission and space satellite. In Africa, we have Kenya. Kenya M-Pesa system has been used for small and informal sectors, which is today contributing 43% of the global Kenyan economy. Tanzania and Rwanda, they are using drones to make thousands of life-saving bloods and vaccines, which are delivered to distant hospitals. What we can see here is every country has a need on technology and how they are solving their own need using technology. And today's government are collaborating with professionals, with tech companies on how to implement not only local digital requirements, but also they are solving humanity problems using technology. I think the equation of any government to be digitalized is the same. And we have been hearing tech everywhere, from GovTech, from RegTech, from FinTech, Health Tech. Technology is everywhere. Our mission, the current government mission, is to make sure that the whole island, whole country, whole nation is digitalized. Let me give you an example of digitalization and innovation. By digitalization, I mean how we are turning a process into automation, how we are saving this data into a centralized government system, how we are digitalizing our SMEs for the next, so that they can have less operation issues, and rather they are using automated issues. So digitalization is mostly of how we are implementing IT in this company or for a nation. While innovation is kind of an example, let's say InsurTech. I gave you an example that I read. A driver did an accident. He just take a photo, send it to the insurer, and every paperwork are being done, and he can get his claim back. This is innovation. FinTech, where today unbanked nations, unbanked customers are getting a bank account. This is innovation. We also have innovation in health sector, where how just by using a simple device, they are monitoring health, patient. And we have also EduTech, where everything online, everything is being taught online. And today this sector is an important sector to create, which is creating new jobs in IT sectors, which is in great demand today. For the future, because future is quite a big debate, I have selected 6 areas where I have turned the country need into what we need to develop in Mauritius. And that starts with a centralized information ecosystem and driving efficiency in business and public sector. This is the core, this is the parent, this is the mother, the father who stabilize the whole sectors which I just showed. Also, how government is bringing new services to the general public, to international companies who are connecting to Mauritius. Few of the examples I can say is today government is digitalizing its internal processes, having MOPAS, having highway, having all sort of automated processes, which is helping to automate the internal process of government. But what about the external? Are we having an API to connect to government? Are we having a KYC API? How can we create a company using API? Online education. Online education is quite important for Mauritius. We have seen today that education went from home to back to school. And we again took the liberty to take school back to where it was. How we can promote education in a digital era where we can create more jobs, international jobs, where our people are working from home and getting a job from international companies. The third thing is how we are empowering SMEs. How we can create, how Mauritius can create a business in a box environment for our SMEs, where the SME can create the company, they can take loans, they can do business around the world. So today we are having a lot of technologies that are provided to SMEs. But yet how the thing can be easily done, how we can accompany our SMEs. Improving market access and ease of doing business. This is quite important because for Mauritius to export technology, it is important to create a one platform that can connect our SMEs during their growth. How this one platform can help connect our regional, bilateral, and multilateral agreements and create more revenues for Mauritius. E-health. We have 3 problems in e-health. Queue at the bus stop, queue at the hospital, and queue at the pharmacies. How we can solve this problem using technology? That's quite important to think over how we are solving a Mauritian need and turn it into innovation. The last one, which is the e-compliance. Recently, Mauritius has been facing with compliance concern, where we went into blacklist. How we can use AI, how we can use robotics to provide regulatory report and create trust with other countries, other nations, and other business people who is trying to do business in Mauritius. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dilambechu, for the very precise and relevant presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce our next speaker, Mr. Avinash Mittu. Mr. Avinash Mittu is the Head of Experimentation Accelerator Lab and Digital Advocate at UNDP Mauritius and Seychelles. He has more than 20 years of experience in technology, innovation, education, and entrepreneurship sectors. Mr. Mittu will be sharing his experience and views on creativity and innovation in Mauritius. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Avinash Mittu. Thank you.
Everyone, can you hear me? Is it good? Yeah. So a few weeks ago, when MRIC contacted me to do a TED-style talk, reminded me of a TEDx talk that I made 6 years ago. And at that time, I was asked to talk about the jobs of the future and how we can prepare to those jobs as a country. And it was very stressful at that time because I didn't have this national point of view. I hadn't had any experience working with government, nor at UNDP. But now things are a little bit clearer. And my talk today will be on revisiting what I said 6 years ago and see whether things have moved in the proper direction or have we stagnated. Next, please. Now, the one thing that we have realized during the past 2-3 years is that all the easy problems have been solved. They are behind us. What lies in front of us are the very, very, very complex issues. Here I'm talking about climate change and its impact on livelihood. I'm talking about COVID, which is still here. I'm talking about all the financial and economic problems happening all over the world and its impact on inflation, for the matter. What does this mean, inflation? How is it going to impact what we have in our pockets? So those problems are extremely, extremely complex. And for many, many, many years, what happened was that we tried to solve those problems in our own respective silos. So what we did was to try to test things at a very, very simple level, but at a small level. But what has happened is that we have come to realize, and this is at the level of UNDP, that small is not necessarily beautiful anymore. Next, please. Next, please. Why is small not necessarily beautiful anymore? It is because simply we don't have time. We have been saying that in order to achieve those needs, we need to change the way we do things within the next 2-3 years. If we don't do that, we are doomed as a species. And therefore, any solution that we can imagine needs to be imagined at the outset as something that can be deployed nationally across the regions, across the African continent, or even worldwide. And this is why we don't have time to waste time with things that are small, but which are destined to remain small. We need to be in a position to think big. Now, a few hours ago, we had this presentation on tourism and lots of presentations before, when we were actually asking ourselves what would be the next pillars of our economy. And when we think of a pillar of an economy, we need to think much, much, much larger than only our boundaries. We need to think about selling products and services across the whole world. That's the whole point of thinking big. Now, in my opinion, next please, the next big thing is renewable energy. As you all know, climate change is affecting us. This morning, I read that in South America, for the very, very first time, they have reached a temperature of 40 degrees or something like that. Never happened before. So the impact of climate change on our livelihoods is enormous. And we can ask ourselves, given the level of development of the country, given the level of our people, what would be the #1 sector to invest in? And in my opinion, this is renewable energy. Why? Because if you manage to create the kind of people that are required to do renewable in Mauritius, those same people will be able to do renewable across the region and also within the continent. And this can bring a lot of revenue for the country. Now, this is why I've had extensive discussions with my colleagues at the UNDP Accelerator Lab. We have spoken with top management at UNDP. We have spoken with Marina, the Renewable Energy Agency of Mauritius. We have spoken with the MRIC, the National Computer Board, the ministry. And I think it's an opportune time to do exactly the same thing that we did 25 years ago. 25 years ago, the National Computer Board created Infotech, which was a computer fair. And what happened? This gave rise, after a few years, to the IT sector. In our opinion, if we create InnovTech for renewable energy this year, we can create the same kind of impact. Except that we won't have 25 years to get the ball rolling. We'll only have a few years, but this is a way to incite parents, for instance, to encourage their children to go towards renewable. And once again, in my opinion, renewable energy, there are lots of jobs which exist there, and those jobs are very, very much adapted to the level of people that we have here. Next, please. Now, at the level of UNDP, as you know, the United Nations has as mandate to implement the decisions made by world leaders. Every year, the world leaders meet and they decide on a number of things. And our role at the level of UNDP is to work with many stakeholders, the most important one being government, but also the private sector and civil society, to implement all those solutions. So at the level of UNDP, as from this year onwards, we are going to concentrate on 3 major enablers. The first one is digitalization. So I agree with Dylan, digitalization is the way to go. And everyone is pretty much accept this idea of digitalization. But digitalization cannot happen without strategic innovation. It's not about putting computers somewhere. It's about making the lives of people better. It's about making new products, new services, bringing in new sources of revenue. And this needs to be done in such a way that Mauritius doesn't depend on outside funding. You know, for many, many, many years, Mauritius was a poor country, and we got money from the United Nations, from the EU, etc., etc., etc. Mauritius is now considered to be relatively rich. Sometimes we are rich, sometimes we are middle income. And as a consequence, in a few years, we won't have money from international organizations. So we will have to find ways for our businesses, for our people to generate income by themselves. And the United Nations is going to accompany the Republic of Mauritius along this journey by making sure that Mauritius we build resilience as far as possible in case there's another COVID, that we completely transform the various structures that exist in the country at the level of governance, at the level of execution, at the level of operation, and everything needs to be done in such a way that no one is left behind, or else we'll have a civil war. Next, please. Now, my mantra is always this. It's never about hardware. It's never about software. It's always about peopleware. You can say whatever you would like. If you don't have people, you can't do anything. Now, you need to realize that there are two ways to solve this issue of, human capital. There's the short-term way of doing it and the long-term. The long-term is obviously through training, making our universities better, upskilling people who already work, reskilling those who do jobs that are not useful anymore because of automation or some other reason. And this will take time. But I'm very happy to hear that EDB, polytechnics, etc., and the various universities are working on programs to reskill our people. But you will agree that this is going to take some time, up to the level that we require for a country to develop. So in the meantime, it would be extremely important for the country to find a way to attract the best members of the diaspora and the best foreigners in order for them to come here to do the jobs that are required, while we make sure that we put in place the proper knowledge transfer mechanism for our young people. It serves no purpose getting someone from outside coming here if our young people can't learn from that person. Parenthèse, when the metro is being built, I would have expected all our young engineers to be every day with those engineers from India, learning how to build the metro. It is not happening, or at the very least, I don't see it in Quatre-Bornes where I live, and this is a pity. Ferme la parenthèse. Thank you. Next. Now, the word best that I use in my, attracting the best foreigners and the best members of the diaspora, for me, it goes much further than STEM. Now, STEM is absolutely essential. I'm a scientist myself. I love science, engineering, technology, mathematics. That's my thing. But I've come to realize now that I'm getting very old, that it's not enough. What is important is that we combine STEM with the very best soft skills. So I've put a few there. We need people who are innovative. We need people who are critical thinkers, who have the gut to say that something won't work. We need people who are problem solvers, who can actually propose various solutions. And the only way to do that is by trying and failing. We need people who can communicate properly. And this is not taught at school. Most kids don't learn how to speak in public, for instance. And obviously, we need to be able to work together across disciplines. But I've come to realize something else. We need to be artistic as well. Why? And I'm saying this as a pseudo artist. I do music, I have 3 albums and 2 singles online, got a lot of photos. You can search for me on Spotify if you want. I've come to realize when someone is artistic, that person sees things that are not necessarily seen by others. And it is important to be able to see things. Exactly the same which is happening here. We are all perceiving this session or those sessions differently. Why? Because we have different sensibilities. So it is important to develop different kinds of sensibilities. And in my opinion, this can happen through an appreciation of arts. And obviously, if you are capable enough, by creating your own art by yourself. So my vision is someone who is STEM, at the same time a great communicator, loves the country, but at the same time understands various sensibilities. We need to be able to create this kind of person. And I see that Keith is saying yes. So maybe at the level of UTM, you're going to work on that very, very hard. Next, please. Now, I don't know if you know this TV show, Salvation. Anyone watching it on TV right now on Netflix? No person? It's worth it. Now, there's someone there, some kind of Elon Musk, who says something interesting. Innovation is not about why, it is about why not. And this resonates with what was said at the very beginning by Sumitra Dutta. We can be #1 in the world in something very, very precise that we need to define. We can't be #1 in everything. We need to define that one thing which makes us better than others. And in my opinion, once again, it's renewable energy. Renewable energy for me is a combination of everything. There's science in it, there's mathematics in it, there's sales in it, there's maintenance in it, there's IT in it, there's whatever you would like. Jobs for everyone across the whole world. And we need to have this capability, and I see Honorable Francisco there. I think that Rodrigues also has a very, very big role to play in the development of the Republic, because in Rodrigues, there are specificities there that could be scaled across the whole world, you see? So my message to all of you is that we all understand that we need to think big, but we need to think big in a way which is feasible, in a way which is compatible with the various constraints that we have. Renewable energy is a big thing. We need to be able to create the same kind of willingness for people to get in this sector as we did 25 years ago when the Cyber City was first created and National Computer Board created Infotech. So we're going to work on that hopefully this year. The second thing is that STEM by itself is not enough. We need scientists which are open to the world, which are permeable, which can understand whatever is happening outside so that we can, you know, propagate this energy within the country. So it's all about peopleware. It's never about hardware nor software, and this is going to be my last message. Thank you. Next slide, please. So if you want to catch up, here are my coordinates. Thank you very much.
Linking creativity and innovation in such a captivating way. Next, we will have Mr. Leon Cantor, who will join us via a video. Mr. Leon Cantor has over 25 years of experience in the renewable energy sector, initially working as a project engineer for BP Solar in remote developing areas of Southeast Asia. Mr. Leon Cantor is currently with the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, and he will speak about sustainable innovation in the world.
Hello, it's wonderful to join you all. I'm coming to you virtually from Sydney, Australia, with a time difference, I believe, of about 6 hours. The image you can see behind me is a bit closer to you. It's a project we supported in Port Gregory, Western Australia, with only a 4-hour time difference. I think traveling the world virtually is certainly something we've all mastered over the last couple of years. Much like Australia, the Mauritius energy transition is well underway, with, I believe, up to a quarter of electricity coming from renewable sources. The Mauritius target of 60% by 2030 set by the Renewable Energy Roadmap is, based on experience around the world, achievable. But to do so, we need to make sure the electricity network is ready. Innovative solutions must be put in place to be ready for high levels of renewable energy and the retirement of fossil fuel-based generation. My name is Leon Chanter, and I'm from the Australian Renewable Energy Agency, or ARENA for short. Let's talk about the innovations that will support the rapid transition to renewable energy. We all want to have a secure and reliable and affordable electricity supply. And I think we all agree that we would like to transition to a low emissions economy as quickly as possible. There are many demonstrations around the world, including quite a few in Australia, of how to achieve the transition to an affordable, secure, and reliable low-carbon electricity grid. Appropriately targeted innovation in the Mauritius electricity grid can drive you through the 60% renewable energy target and propel you to a 100% renewable electricity grid. We can reduce carbon emissions that would result from ongoing non-renewable electricity generation, so we can maintain and improve the quality of power supply, and we can improve the affordability of electricity. For a long time, renewable energy has been considered expensive, and this is no longer a barrier. In Australia, solar PV and onshore wind are already the lowest cost new build technology and will deliver the lowest cost power as Australia increases its share of variable renewable energy as we race to 2030 and then on to 2040 and beyond. Another historical concern is reliability. While Mauritius is already up to a quarter of the electricity coming from renewable energy, reliable grids are possible at much higher levels of renewable energy, and not just in tiny microgrids. In South Australia, a grid that has, over the last 12 months, consumed 14.7 gigawatt hours of electricity, so a significant grid, has over 60% of that energy produced by renewable energy. Innovation technology to support these high levels of renewable energy in Mauritius is now being demonstrated in Australia and around the world. So let's talk for a few minutes about how ARENA supports the innovation required to achieve these levels of renewable energy presentation. So very briefly to ARENA. ARENA by the Australian government in July 2012, our purpose is to support the global transition to net zero emissions by accelerating the pace of pre-commercial innovation to the benefit of consumers, businesses and workers. In Australia, ARENA's role is unique. We're the only organisation that bridges the gap between innovators and investment, help push early stage technologies towards commerciality. Without an agency such as ARENA to take the innovation risk, the pathway to commercialisation will be blocked for many new technologies and businesses. We achieve our purpose by providing grant funding assistance to projects alongside the commercial market. Critically, in addition to financial assistance, we share knowledge, insights and data to help the wider renewable energy industry, and we often say that knowledge sharing is our return on investment. This graphic might help visualise where that role sits in the innovation chain. We invest in projects spanning the entire innovation chain. You can see the outline bar representing ARENA. At the earlier stage on the left, we work with research institutions. You would expect that our funding makes up a larger percentage of the project cost for this early stage work. And in development, further to the right of the graphic, we work with the commercial sector to encourage finance into the clean energy sector. And at this stage, we would expect our grant to make up a much lower percentage of costs. So let's think about innovation for the Mauritius transition. I'll start by paraphrasing ARENA's past and present investment priorities for a Mauritius context in those areas that drive emissions. So potential innovation focus areas. Firstly, optimising the transition to renewable electricity, decarbonising industry, supporting the transition to zero emissions transport technologies, and commercialising clean hydrogen as an energy medium of the future. The first three make up the bulk of emissions today, with hydrogen a future technology which many consider to have a role in a 100% energy transition. In supporting the transition to renewable energy, we're often focused on supporting a technical demonstration that provides evidence for regulatory and market reform, which will lead to a commercial solution that can attract equity and debt investment into the project. So let's take a deeper dive into the innovation required to optimise the transition to renewable electricity. So starting with integration of renewable energy into the electricity system, how do we do that? We need to provide low-cost system reliability and security services with lower grid connection risks through new technical solutions such as advanced inverters on batteries and supporting regulation reform that will accelerate investment in new generation capacity. Improving the economics of energy storage, supporting the demonstration of new battery technical capabilities such as improved support for inertia and system strength services, and as always, sharing the knowledge that will inform regulators and system operators about the value that energy storage can provide. And finally, supporting demand flexibility. This is about finding lower cost alternatives to network augmentation and expanded storage by demonstrating the value of flexible demand to the electricity system. So here are some examples, a couple, to help visualize what the transition looks like in practice. Firstly, virtual power plants. The AGL virtual power plant in South Australia successfully demonstrated that a network of connected energy storage systems could be coordinated to create value across a range of markets. The project showed how residential energy storage systems offer a range of demand and voltage management services to the local network. The Hornsdale Power Reserve, often referred to as the South Australian Big Battery, which was until not so long ago the biggest battery in the world, but rapidly overtaken now, provided key demonstrations related to improving system security and improving the economics of energy storage, demonstrating virtual machine mode, which showed an advanced inverter can provide synthetic inertia and dynamic reactive power support. The battery also automatically supports the interconnector to the neighbouring state of Victoria when power flow exceeds limits. The battery demonstrated frequency support beyond that which can be provided by traditional synchronous generators, all combining to enable an increase in the level of renewable generation in the South Australian grid. And we're working on supporting demand flexibility, which could be achieved through a number of sources, including flexible hydrogen electrolysis, managing EV charging, new products such as energy as a service and dynamic tariffs, orchestration of customer appliances such as water heaters, pool pumps and air conditioners, and electrification and control of commercial and industrial loads. Okay, enough with the slides and back to the talking head. It's been my pleasure to discuss the role of innovation for a sustainable renewable energy future. So please feel free to reach out via LinkedIn if you want to continue the conversation. In summary, we can reduce the carbon emissions that would result from ongoing non-renewable electricity generation. We can maintain or improve the quality of power supply and improve affordability of electricity. Appropriately targeted innovation in the Mauritius electricity grid can drive you through current renewable energy targets and propel you to a 100% renewable electricity grid. We do this by optimising the transition to renewable electricity, decarbonising industry, support the transition to zero emission transport, commercialise clean hydrogen as an energy medium of the future that will enable 100% transition to fossil fuels. So as Mauritius looks to its targets, look to the global examples of the innovation that is supporting the transition to renewable energy, such as those in Australia. You can find many more examples in the knowledge bank provided on the ARENA website, www.arena.gov.au. Unfortunately, the format doesn't really allow for live Q&A. So as I said, feel free to get in touch via LinkedIn with any questions or comments on the opportunity to transition electricity to 100% renewable energy. Any other part of the discussion, or perhaps some of the technical aspects of the demonstrations we are supporting at ARENA. I'll keep an eye out for your messages from the conference. So we now have low-cost technology solutions that were not available when, as a young engineer way back in the mid-90s, I was designing solar power systems for health clinics, schools, and community water pumping for remote parts of the Philippines and kampongs in Borneo. When we take advantage of that innovative technology, we can achieve 100% renewable electricity grid. It's very exciting, really, to be still in this industry at a time when innovative solutions have become available to support the global transition to zero emissions. While we work hard on our purpose, demonstrating innovative solutions, a significant opportunity for Mauritius awaits.
Thank you, Mr. Leon Cantor, for taking the time to record such an informative video for us. Let us now welcome Mr. Mohammed Khan on stage. Mr. Khan is the former MD of the City Banking College in the UK. He was also a founding member of Accountancy Tutors Emil Wolf, and he is currently the Chief Executive of the Financial Services Institute. Today, Mr. Khan will give us an insight into the impediments to fintech. Let us welcome Mr. Mohammed Khan.
Thank you very much. I suppose with a topic like the impediments to fintech, you'd select an octogenarian like myself, because generally that's where the problem lies. 33% of millennials believe that in the next 5 years, we won't need a bank. The convergence of the financial sector and the information technology sector will give rise to a number of opportunities, but then there will be hurdles which you'll have to overcome. And if you can identify these hurdles at this stage, then as we say, you manage the risk, you overcome them. So 67% of us to a large extent will believe that we will still remain loyal to what we are accustomed to. Banks, for example, it ain't broke, don't fix it. As Colin Powell says, to a large extent is complacency and arrogance. And as the previous speakers have alluded to, if we don't, we will be left behind. We'll be caught in the slipstream of other jurisdictions that will go past us. So, it ain't broke, don't fix it. I'm simply saying it's arrogance and complacency. We should act and act now, particularly addressing the impediments, manage the risks so that we can overcome them and progress with an appropriate pace as it is. The millennials, as I've simply said to you, do not believe, 33% of them, that there will be the need for a bank. If we carry on with regard to the impediments, unnecessary evil, regulation. It is necessary, of course, to protect the public from rogue players. Regulation, of course, has sometimes been described like growing teeth, but it is a necessary evil. And I think at that stage, our regulators also need to move with the times. You take things like digital signatures or manual signatures. More often than not, you hear things at regulator level. We need wet ink certification. You'll need to change that. Without question, that will need to move. It's important that we do the right thing rather than the right way. Peter Drucker, and this is Drucker's definition of management versus leadership. Do the right thing as opposed to the right way. Management, the processes are repetitive. We get accustomed to what we've done in the past. Let's now look at something different. Change, of course, there's always resistance to change. As I simply said, old habits die hard. You have all the red tape. I must say, however, in recent weeks, I've noticed that there's been legislation on VITOS, I think is the acronym that's been used, and I've seen guidelines from our regulators ensuring that this should be a smooth process. The fact that we've now got the regulators behind it, bombed for argument's sake with our digital currencies, will improve acceptabilities. And the older people like myself would be a little bit less, if you like, fearful of digital assets. The fact that the regulators are involved in it, the central bank will be involved in it. I'm simply saying you want to do the right thing as opposed to the right way. Processes in this country, as I've discovered in my 5.5 years, are long and drawn out. Very, very bureaucratic. And if we stick to those, we're going to have a problem. We need to ensure that we do the right thing. We require appropriate leadership for this, where you influence people. Listen to the previous speaker when he spoke about it's about people where. It's very important. Leadership is always about people. Influencing your people. When you get people to believe what you believe, then that's success as a leader. And I hope at the very top, and I think we have the will to do it at the moment. We've looked at the legislation, and I do believe, and I've seen a lot of money being thrown at us, I do believe we will get there ultimately. Just the picture, of course, you're going downhill. That might not be the appropriate way of winning the race. That might be the appropriate way. That's management, that's leadership. Think different. We need a bit of that. Too many processes, too many bureaucracies, I'm simply saying here. The next ones, of course, are linked to funding and the obsolete nature of our hardware and software. If you take the banking institutions and the insurance institutions, the question that is going to be asked is, are they appropriate to serve fintech? Very probably not. I'm not an expert on this. You can look at me and you'll see my particular age, but I do know that very probably some of the systems that we've got in place are obsolete, will require freshening up. And that will cost, of course, money. Innovation doesn't come cheap. Simple as that. Lots of rupees will be required. Fintech startups will not often meet a lot of angel investors. They tend to be a bit scared. But like I said from the start, we do, if we have appropriate leadership, and I do believe we have this in Mauritius, we will move ahead. Data centers aren't exactly cheap either. They cost a lot of money, significantly so. I believe we have one already in Mauritius, somewhere in Rosebel or Belrose, one of the two places. And of course, there's been an initiative by our government to simply come up with this. I think ₹1 billion will be invested in coming up with one of these techno parks. I'm not fully well aware of what these things do, but I do think it's a lot of computers, high-powered computers, thereby ensuring that the software and hardware that we've got are ready to serve fintech. I've seen a few pictures of it, and I understand that's what it's going to look like. Excellent initiative. The rest of it, of course, is addressing the issues that my generation have got: trust and loyalty. In 2020, a Walker study reported that the important factor when it comes to loyalty of clients and customers is not price and quality, it's customer experience. That's now become the overwhelming factor that determines loyalty. When you start dealing with computers, we may lose trust. That is possible, which is why it's quite important, as the last speaker, the last but one, alluded to the fact we must communicate this effectively in order for people to trust the system, in order for people to be loyal to the system, if you like. If you take legacy products like banks, checkbooks, credit cards, what happens in a situation where your card is used by someone who is not meant to use it? What happens if someone forges your signature? Unauthorized use of your check. Now, these things are covered by legislation. They're covered by codes of practice. Someone like myself may simply say, what happens if I lose my phone that has money on it? What's the situation if someone hacks into my account, as it were? What's the situation there? You know, we've had instances where fintech and, oh, I'm going backwards, I'm sorry. Maybe it's gone. I'll talk. I don't know if what's happened to the slides. Going backwards. What happens in a situation where someone hacks into my computer or my phone or my iPad and then my money disappears? You know, we've seen FinCEN has been hacked. We've seen Panama Papers, they've been hacked. So security does bother us. If a check is used without my authority, that's generally covered by legislation. The situation we're going to have here is where unauthorized use and hacks are going to be covered by contract. Standard form contracts which are going to be shoved in front of someone and simply say sign. Now, this is going to cause a problem. I've always resisted this in the past on the basis that the reality of my situation is that if someone withdraws money from my account, I know what my statutory rights are. That's not determined by a stronger party or a weaker party. Fintech startups should address things like this if we are to embrace, if you like, the fintech as is being proposed. If I'm going to have £1 million or £1 million rupees or whatever it is, I'd like to know that if it's hacked, what's the situation? Is there a gross negligence requirement or is there something else? I'm not entirely certain. Unless these are addressed, you're going to find people like myself will be extremely fearful. And once again, I do. And it's going backwards. Okay, I'll carry on talking. I haven't got a lot more to go. It's sort of going backwards. I'm not sure what happens instead of going forward. It's possibly recognizing my age, and then instead of going forward, people my age tend to go backwards. So, so very probably, but I'll try and carry on. Just to pick up on the other speakers' perspective as well about the need to train the softer skills. I mean, we do have a problem in Mauritius when it comes to customer experience. We do believe that customer experience and customer service are one and the same thing. It's not. Customer experience is a holistic view of what people think of the institution. It's not whether someone will shake our hands and smile. It's the holistic approach to the institution. And if we are to embrace this, we need to look carefully at, as the previous speaker Arvind had alluded to, we need to ensure that we train our people on the softer skills, thereby ensuring that people are not fearful. They trust and they become loyal to fintech. I think those bleeps are telling me I'm finished. Is that right? Is that what it is? Ah, okay. Thank you very much then. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed Khan, for these interesting facts about FinTech. It is my honor to call upon Mr. Eric Geffrold for his talk about innovation in agriculture in the region. Mr. Geffrold comes from CIRAD in Réunion Island. Agricultural engineer and academic, he is an official of the French Ministry of Agriculture, seconded to CIRAD since 2015. He has spent most of his career overseas, specializing in overseas agriculture issues. I believe that we are lucky to have him among us today. Let us give him a warm welcome.
Bonjour, je m'appelle Éric Geffrold et je suis le directeur régional du Centre français de recherche en agronomie tropicale. C'est un plaisir d'être parmi vous. Je tenais à vous le saluer. Nous avons aujourd'hui 60 ans. 60 ans d'histoire au CIRAD, c'est notre anniversaire. Et nous avons donc travaillé depuis 60 ans sur un domaine qui nous est cher, la recherche agronomique et l'innovation. Où au centre de la recherche et de l'innovation, nous mettons toujours le partenaire, c'est-à-dire celui à qui va bénéficier la recherche et l'innovation, notamment l'agriculteur. C'est toujours avec lui que l'on travaille et c'est toujours pour lui que nos recherches sont dirigées. Évidemment, on ne le fait pas tout seul parce que la recherche et l'innovation, c'est une définition, c'est un ensemble de communs qu'il nous faut absolument partager. On va beaucoup plus vite ensemble, on apprend beaucoup plus vite et les résultats sont toujours meilleurs. Alors, voilà. 60 ans, c'est une longue histoire. Et nous avons donc pu tisser avec tous les pays de la Commission de l'océan Indien, avec certains partenaires africains, australiens, indiens, de nombreux réseaux de coopération régionale. L'innovation, elle passe par la coopération et par la coopération régionale. Et c'est pour ça que dans les domaines qui nous sont chers, comme la santé animale, la santé végétale, l'agroalimentaire, les domaines de résilience au changement climatique, pour être beaucoup plus forts ensemble face à cette résilience, l'agroalimentaire pour transformer les produits, c'est ce qui nous fait notre ADN. Et nous avons choisi dès le départ, non pas de travailler tout seul dans notre coin, mais de travailler ensemble. Et c'est pour ça que vous avez sur cette carte l'ensemble des pays avec qui nous travaillons et avec qui nous travaillons en réseau, parce que nous croyons beaucoup à la notion de réseau. La notion de projet est intéressante. Mais quand vous avez commencé votre projet, vous avez pratiquement terminé au moment où vous allez penser « mais qu'est-ce que je vais faire de la suite ?» Le réseau est intéressant parce qu'il permet de capter plusieurs projets et c'est l'ensemble des résultats de ces projets que nous mettons au service de nos réseaux de coopération. Et c'est comme ça que nous avançons en matière d'innovation. Nous le faisons évidemment aussi avec les agriculteurs et nous travaillons avec les agriculteurs parce que les agriculteurs, il faut les mettre au centre des recherches. Parce que souvent, l'innovation, elle est aussi dans le quotidien, dans nos sociétés. Et ce n'est pas parce qu'on est organisme de recherche et d'innovation qu'on a tous les moyens de nos recherches. Il faut aussi savoir regarder à l'extérieur et capter l'innovation sur le terrain. Et c'est pour ça que là, vous avez un exemple donc, à La Réunion et à Mayotte où nous avons créé des réseaux d'innovation et de transfert agricole parce que sans recherche, sans innovation, si vous n'avez pas de transfert, ça ne fonctionne pas. Et c'est pour ça que ce transfert est important. Évidemment, vous le savez, notre société rencontre un certain nombre de difficultés. Et nos pays, en matière de Commission de l'océan Indien, tous les pays rencontrent souvent les mêmes difficultés. C'est vrai chez nous en matière d'agriculture et d'agroalimentaire. Et c'est pour ça qu'il nous faut apprendre absolument à travailler ensemble. Face aux nombreuses crises que nous avons vécues, que ce soit évidemment la perte de biodiversité, la question de l'agroalimentaire et de la question de l'autonomie alimentaire, Les questions aussi de challenge en matière de recherche et d'innovation sont au cœur de nos systèmes et c'est comme ça qu'il nous faut travailler, il nous faut changer et il nous faut changer ensemble. Je vais vous donner maintenant, dans une deuxième partie, quelques exemples d'innovation sur lesquels, effectivement, nous bougeons et qu'il faut bouger beaucoup plus vite. En matière d'agroécologie et de lutte biologique, ce qui nous intéresse, c'est de regarder la nature. Parce que la nature, c'est avant tout notre modèle. Et c'est de reproduire et d'accélérer ce que la nature fait de bien qu'il nous faut modéliser et qu'il nous faut accélérer. Vous avez deux images. D'un côté, vous avez un ravageur que vous connaissez bien à Maurice, qui est une mouche des fruits. Elle est entrée malheureusement récemment dans le cadre de nos commerces. Et de l'autre côté, vous avez son challenger. Son challenger, c'est simplement un autre insecte, mais qui regarde, vous voyez les petits œufs blancs qui sont sur l'image, qui regarde les œufs du ravageur et de la mouche des fruits. C'est ce qu'on appelle la lutte biologique. La lutte biologique va servir à ce ravageur, en l'occurrence, c'est Psychiala fletcheri, c'est son nom, qui va pondre dans ses petits œufs et qui va effectivement empêcher le développement de la mouche des fruits. C'est ce qu'on appelle le biocontrôle et c'est très important pour nous de développer ces nouvelles techniques parce qu'ils nous permettent évidemment de diminuer la pression des pesticides et là, en l'occurrence, la pression des insecticides. Toutes nos recherches aujourd'hui favorisent avant tout le biocontrôle. Et nous avons comme ambition de créer un dispositif de recherche en océan Indien qu'on va lancer d'ailleurs dans 15 jours, dans lequel évidemment Maurice est moteur parce que nous avons 60 ans d'histoire, mais aussi 60 ans d'histoire avec Maurice. Autre exemple, en matière de lutte biologique, plutôt que de passer par l'insecte, nous passons aussi par les plantes. Et cette plante-là est une plante piège. La plante piège est mise à côté de la plante, en l'occurrence, que l'on veut protéger, la canne à sucre. Et la plante piège, qu'est-ce qu'elle va faire? Elle va attirer le papillon du ravageur. Et ce papillon, une fois qu'il est attiré, il est piégé. Parce qu'il va pondre en ayant l'impression de pondre sur la canne à sucre, mais non. Il pondra sur la plante piège, il ne pourra pas se développer parce que la plante piège va évidemment lui empêcher son développement. C'est une autre forme de technique de lutte biologique qui est très simple et qui est exportable. Il nous faut travailler ensemble. Dans les domaines évidemment de l'agriculture numérique, on en a beaucoup parlé au jour d'aujourd'hui, c'est fondamental. Le numérique, l'open science, l'open data, il nous faut partager tout cela. Ici, nous travaillons, je vous ai donné deux exemples. On utilise évidemment les drones parce qu'effectivement, les drones, on les utilise comme à la fois transporteurs et transporteurs de solutions. En l'occurrence, la solution ici, ce sont des caméras qui nous permettent de faire de l'analyse d'images et de l'analyse, par exemple, de rendement de culture. C'est très utile que de savoir à quel moment vous allez récolter votre culture et quel rendement vous allez avoir. En matière, par exemple, de fourrage chez les vaches, et notamment dans le domaine de l'élevage, c'est extrêmement important de savoir quand est-ce que vous allez couper le fourrage qui va nourrir vos vaches, parce que ce qui est important, c'est la qualité alimentaire de ces fourrages. Or, aujourd'hui, les solutions numériques nous permettent d'apporter de véritables moyens et des moyens nomades très faciles, parce qu'aujourd'hui, les drones, les éleveurs, les producteurs peuvent en avoir et c'est très facilement en matière, on peut les acheter relativement facilement. Autre exemple, en matière de santé animale et de santé animale, de One Health. Un exemple que nous avons testé, c'est un peu une innovation. Souvent, on va chercher les solutions de santé en santé humaine. Et c'est plutôt la santé humaine qui vient dans le domaine vétérinaire de la santé animale. Rarement l'inverse. Ici, nous avons développé à La Réunion un test de dépistage du Covid-19 parce que nous avons été tous mobilisés ensemble avec l'Université de La Réunion, le CHU, le CIROI qui est dans la directrice dans la salle. Nous avons décidé de travailler ensemble pour pouvoir aussi accompagner le mouvement et de trouver des solutions pour lutter contre cette maladie importante. Le SARS-CoV-2, c'est une zoonose. C'est une maladie qui vient de l'animal et c'est une maladie qui se transporte à l'homme. 60% des problèmes aujourd'hui que nous connaissons en maladie humaine viennent de l'animal. Nous ne pouvions pas faire autrement que de nous y pencher. Nous avons mis en point un test de dépistage qui provient d'une solution en santé végétale que nous utilisons sur le terrain. C'est une technique de diagnostic au terrain qui permet d'aller beaucoup plus vite et d'être extrêmement efficace. RunCov est en phase d'industrialisation. Il va bientôt être développé. Et par rapport à ça, c'est un test PCR qui vous produit votre solution en moins de 20 minutes. Alors, voilà l'équipe et on a fait un partenariat. Je vais accélérer. Autre solution importante en matière d'innovation, c'est concernant la problématique de la bioéconomie circulaire. Nous avons testé, en fait, et nous avons mis au point avec des industriels, notamment au niveau des déchets, des boues urbaines, de ne pas utiliser le déchet comme un problème, mais en faire quelque chose de positif. Et ce déchet, aujourd'hui, nous l'avons transformé en forme de fertilisant organique. Et ce fertilisant organique est homologué actuellement en France et utilisé par les agriculteurs de La Réunion. C'est une solution qui s'est faite relativement rapidement. Alors, je vais revenir. Dernier exemple, c'est effectivement quelque chose qui nous tenait à cœur. On a parlé beaucoup de SARS-CoV-2, mais on s'est aperçu que nous étions beaucoup dépendants en matière alimentaire. Quel rêve que de faire de nos pays des pays qui soient en autonomie, en autosuffisance alimentaire. Pour pouvoir faire de l'autosuffisance alimentaire, il faut pouvoir disposer des semences, des tubercules pour pouvoir les multiplier. C'est ce projet que nous avons démarré il y a maintenant 1 an. Maurice, évidemment, est partenaire. Nous travaillons avec la Chambre d'agriculture, nous travaillons avec le FAREI, avec les services du ministère, pour pouvoir développer des semences et des tubercules de qualité et de pouvoir les mettre à disposition à des prix compétitifs aux agriculteurs. Ça aussi, c'est de l'innovation simple, mais c'est de l'innovation de base si on veut faire de l'autosuffisance alimentaire vraiment une réalité. Ces premiers résultats que je vous ai montrés nous engagent. Et en fait, nous devons aller beaucoup plus loin et nous devons accélérer. Pour pouvoir accélérer, il faut mettre au centre les gens et les bénéficiaires. C'est-à-dire pour nous, les agriculteurs et les instituts, et travailler tous ensemble, de manière à garder cette coopération qui est très importante pour nous. Je vous remercie de votre attention. Je voulais saluer quand même nos bailleurs et nos partenaires, sans qui rien ne serait permis, parce qu'en matière de recherche et d'innovation, si vous n'êtes pas soutenus, vous n'arrivez à rien. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Mr. Jeffold. We will now invite Mr. Yamal Matabadel, who is the founding CEO of Polytechnics Mauritius Limited. Mr. Matabadel accumulates more than 22 years of work experience in the education and training sector. He is here to share some of this experience with us through his talk on unlocking the middle trap, technical education as the innovation catalyst. Mr. Matabadel, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much. Very good afternoon to all of you. Over the next 10 minutes, I'm going to try and rewire our brains to think of technical education differently. Okay, so technical education as the innovation catalyst, and what role this is going to play in unlocking that middle trap, that skills renaissance that we need to go through. I wish I had talked a little bit more about the soft skills when I hear that so many people are mentioning the soft skills, certainly what we're doing. What's the reality today? The reality today is when things are changing so fast, when technology, automation is playing such a big role, and the speed of change is coming so fast, you start realizing that the models that we have to education are fast becoming obsolete. Low-level, entry-level vocational education has its strong limitations simply because of the functionality aspect that we keep doing. You want to become a plumber, you want to become an electrician. To tomorrow, that field comes to change about. I have spent so much time on doing rather than thinking or acting that I'm not being able to readjust. At the same level, I've got so many colleagues from the higher education sector. Dr. Sukon, Keith talks after me. You know, even 3 or 4 years of front-loaded education. Even my chairman is from the university. So 3 or 4 years of front-loaded education, the academic education, many things become obsolete over the 3 years. So at the end of the day, when you talk about students going through that pipeline, if they don't adjust fast enough, you don't have the tools and skill sets to be able to adjust, you become obsolete. The fact that you do well in school, becoming a proxy that you're going to do well in work and career, no longer exists nowadays. That doesn't work anymore. So we have to find a different way to go about this. What is technical education? Different people term it differently, but we apply what we do at Polytechnics Mauritius, and obviously the Institute of Technical Education and Technology, technical education is being modernized and reinvented. We apply creative, innovative, entrepreneurial thinking, all the key words that you've heard either from Mohammed or you've heard from Avinash earlier are already encapsulated here. The evolving needs of students and employers, intangible skills, the soft skills that are so important in developing innovative programs, the needs of today and tomorrow. So all this is constantly changing. What's the method of education that addresses that? I'm going to go through some of the misconceptions around skills realignment, and I'm going to illustrate that through 3 different students of Polytechnics Mauritius and their journeys. And I think that's going to illustrate the point. Brown, Ashton, Loader, even in 2011, had talked about in the global auction about how the skill sets in a country need to really latch on to what the history, the heritage, and the requirements are. In 2021, this became even more of a reality when they look at COVID. Now, we've had a number of different speakers that talked about you can't do too many things. You have to focus on what you think the socioeconomic development of Mauritius is going to go in which direction. Focus. Confucius said it in 300 BC, right? The one who runs after 2 rabbits catches none. Nothing new, right, around this. What are the types of programs? If I say technical education, we sometimes have this perception of second fiddle. Academic education, then technical. If you don't get through, then you go to that. Look at the programs that are defining technical education today. You have certificates and diploma programs in all these areas. Smart agriculture, golf management, business computing, cybersecurity, AI, blockchain, oncology, nursing. Would you associate that with technical education? Oftentimes, this is not the conception that we have, but things are fast changing and it's high time we adjust. Who owns the skills problem? You know, this is one of the biggest issues that goes around. Is it employers? Is it the government? Is it training institutions? Whose problem is it? We all face the brunt of it, but whose problem is it? And I think a clear example here is to shift away from that hunter mindset to that nurturing mindset, that farmer mindset. Today, students are completely different. You know, Gen Z, the millennials, they want work to be a mission in life. What's that mission? I haven't figured it out yet, but I want my work to represent my mission in life. So just functional ain't gonna cut it anymore. We have to think broader around this. And we need a stronger correspondence between qualifications and the work tasks. Competency-based education exists at the level of technical education. So at the end of the day, if you want to learn to know, important, learn to know to be able to apply and do even better. And this is the problem. I inherit someone from university or from many other institutions. I have to train them all over again. Why would we have to do this? The productivity is delayed. We have to wait for this to come into. This is the skills ecosystem in Mauritius. The World Bank had prepared this slide. There's so many different actors, so many different voices coming from so many different places. We have to have more order. We need to understand how visions coalesce with each other, how segments and pathways tend to work. And this is exactly in line with the vision of the government right now. The MRIC has been talking extensively about this through the National Innovation Campaign. Top-down innovation versus bottom-up, grassroots innovation, which brings me to my first story. What is the problem in society? What is the problem that you're trying to fix? This brings me to Fatima Bibi Lautan, 27-year-old, had gone through university, pursued a bachelor in management, then realized that the true passion lay in fixing things on the ground at the level of her village. She comes from the south of the island and constantly has been saying that people are suffering. This sense of empathy inside me makes it that I want to be able to contribute. I want it to be in the health sciences field. At 27 years old, having had a degree, she comes to us for a diploma in nursing. Today, after having finished university, did not get a job because did not do well at the interview, did not score points because that's not where the passion was. Today, flooded with jobs. Joined Welkin, left it, finally joined public sector, And right now, she is helping at the Mediclinic in the south of the island. To realize the skills renaissance, one needs to really stop reducing our efforts onto theoretical approaches. Oftentimes, even today, and I think I may bear the brunt of my colleagues on this, but universities still are very theoretical. Technical education is about doing, is about becoming better through simulation environments. We spent so many classrooms converted into simulation areas at polytechnics. But how many people will you shove in? You won't be able to get 1,000 students, you'll only get 800, but the 800 will be trained well. So this work integrated learning to create the thinking doers. I'd like to think that this meets a little bit of what Avinash is talking about in terms of the artistic come STEM come scientists, the thinking doers. Can I do but think? Can I transcend the job? Think of a career. How do you do that, right? Which brings me to Yogesh. Yogesh is 19 years old. He had two A's and a B at A levels, still decided to come to a polytechnics and not go to university. Today, flooded with offers around with Accenture, with Ceridian, refusing those, finally opting for his own entrepreneurial venture that he's doing, AYB Creations. Here you see him with the Mir-1 satellite project, the ground-based station from MRIC. His sense of initiative, his focus on all the different aspects that we provided at polytechnics makes him really resilient for the work environment. Jobs mismatch, orientation mismatch, intergenerational mismatch. We need to think broader about just the skills mismatch issue. We've got it wrong. Millennials want more. Many people who get into the hospitality sector finally realize that I want to work for a destination marketing company. The orientation is different. The skill sets are the same, but then I want to apply it differently. This is the case of the final person that I'm going to showcase, Cédric Antoinette. 19 years old, 3 credits at Form 5, cannot go to HSC, finally comes to polytechnics, enrolls for hospitality in the foundation program. When he goes through that, completely broken, did not know what he's going to be able to do. Today, he's got a hospitality background, but beyond that, he's working in a destination management company. He's also won the first award at the Escoffier competition in mixology. So evenings, he does some mixology on the side, and he's doing exceedingly well, and he's helping everyone at home. So I think fundamentally, this is a skills framework map that I think I can leave behind. It's interesting the way we have to think about different rungs of the ladder. Where do they? Engineers cannot work as technologists. They were not trained to do that. So we have to really wake up and smell the coffee. Technical education is here to stay and maybe even become the preeminent form of education for all of us. Thank you very much.
Samata Badal, the link between innovation and economic growth is one which is unbreakable. The question that we might ask ourselves is, where do we stand in terms of academic innovation and industry needs? We would like to invite Dr. Keith Robert Thomas, Director General of the University of Technology of Mauritius, to address this question. With a degree in English and French, Mr. Thomas taught in Liverpool, Manchester, and London, moved into teacher education at the University of Hertfordshire, became a senior academic leader, and completed his PhD. Can we please have Dr. Keith Robert Thomas on stage?
I don't know which is worse, following Yamal or being before the coffee break. This is my slide. These are my props. I'm very pleased to be able to talk to you today, and I'd just like you to look at the program and to just check the wording of what I'm going to talk about. So we've got here academic innovation and industry needs. where do we stand, yeah? That's my topic, so just check that we're on the same page. Now, when I looked at those words, I thought, you know, you can move them all around. And it would still come up with the same kind of problem and the same opportunity. My job today is to think about where we stand in terms of what we know is this traditional and historical gap between academia and industry. Employers for years have said, the students, when they come to us, we have to train them. They don't know X, Y, Z. They don't know A, B, C. What the hell are you guys doing in university? And that gap continues to be quite wide. We're doing a lot of things in Mauritius across the higher education spectrum to close that gap. But we've got a long, long way to go. So where do we stand? At the moment, our students on most programs do an industrial placement. We have teaching on most of our programs, industry lecturers who come in and teach and deliver part-time courses, part-time lectures, and they really give the recent and relevant experience. We review all of our programs using our partners from industry to help us review the content and the mode of delivery of the course. But still, there's a gap. Professor Burren, can you give me another chair, please? Could you give me another chair? Can you just pass me a chair? Okay. Thank you. Thank you. One more? That's okay, 2 is enough. So where we stand at the moment, this is the university, and this is the industry. And there's a gap between the two. Our problem today, and I'm very happy to be able to have this slot because I've learned so much throughout the day that's already changed my thinking, and it will change my practice tomorrow and the week after and the next month. This gap. People think they know universities. Universities think they know industry. Actually, we don't know each other very well at all. I don't want you to put your hand up, but how many of you have been to visit UTM? If you work in industry, how many of you have I visited? And the answer is not enough. We don't know each other. We have websites, we have publications, we have conferences, and these 3 days are probably the most important in the life of Mauritius, industry and academia in many, many years. And we will close that gap. I've got a very low cost, simple solution that we can all put in place. Doesn't cost 1 rupee. We have websites, we have publications, we think we know each other. However, during pandemic, we all worked at home. I ran the university from my kitchen table twice. And I was desperate to come back to work. I hated working at home. I'm a social being, I'm a teacher, and working at home for me does not work. I can do it, I hate it. But as soon as I was able to go back to work, what did I do? I went back into my silo. I went back into the university, and I went back to UTM. And that is the opportunity that I'm proposing today. When we work brilliantly face-to-face. It can be online, that's still face-to-face. And many people in the room are working with me and I'm working with them, and we've become really good friends. That is where innovation happens. Put a bunch of creative, innovative, friendly, trustworthy people together and bang, something will happen. So my proposal is that in order to bridge this gap, I stop sitting in my chair at UTM, in my office with my students, in my classrooms. I just take my laptop, take my phone, and for 2 weeks of the year, I sit in your industry, your office, your university. You're part of the industry. Similarly, in order to understand what is this gap and to understand the people culture that will bridge it, you get out of your place and you come, and for 2 weeks of the year, you come and work with me. No cost involved, high impact, and all of the things that we say about bridging gaps, being creative, can actually take place if we are physically together. It can be 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, 2 weeks. I'll leave that up to you. But let's do this so that we actually are learning and working physically together in order to implement all of the slides that we've heard today that have really changed our vision of what our challenges are and also what our opportunities are. I'm going to finish a bit early before the horrible pinging noise, and you can have a well-earned cup of tea, cup of coffee. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Dr. Thomas. And now we would invite all the guests to kindly move into the corridor for a 10-minute tea break. Thank you.
Your attention, please. Okay. Kindly be seated. We shall start soon. May I have your attention, please? Kindly be seated. Dear all, as you are all aware, innovation cuts across different sectors. Social innovation are new social practices that aim to meet social needs in a better way than the existing solution. We will welcome Ms. Ayushi Duki, Head of Solutions Mapping Accelerator Lab, UNDP Mauritius and Seychelles, to discuss the relationship between innovation and social change. Ms. Ayushi Duki is a policy professional specialized in social innovation at the intersection of social justice, future of work, and sustainable development. Can we please have Ms. Ayushi Duki on stage?
Good afternoon, everyone. So what I've learned today is don't wear a dress because you can't have a mic and stand there. So I have to stand behind the podium. So good afternoon. Clearly I've been given the deaf slot because everyone's had their drinks and gone home. But I'm going to try and make it work because we're talking about a really important topic, which is innovating for social change. Relatively little is known about social innovation compared to the vast amount of research gone into innovation for business and science, but social innovation is happening all around us. My name is Ayushi Duki, and I'm the Head of Solutions Mapping for the Accelerator Lab UNDP for Mauritius and Seychelles. And in the next 10 minutes or so, I'll try to paint a relatively simple picture of what it means to innovate for social change. So we'll try to begin with a definitions game. Social innovation is about new ideas that work in meeting social goals. To go deeper and broader into what this definition means, it is about cooperating to deal with pressing issues such as climate change. It is about cooperating, and it is about how we become smarter together. I'll go back to this in a moment. I'm from the UNDP, so I'll have to talk about the UNDP. The UNDP is working together with national partners like the MRIC to deliver on its promises in these extraordinary times of unparalleled economic uncertainty and the deeply worrying climate crises. And we do so by doing social innovation. Our work is underpinned by our mandate to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. And to support this type of work, the UNDP has built a network. We call it a learning network. And it consists of 91 accelerator labs covering 115 geographical locations, including Mauritius, Rodrigues, and Seychelles. Earlier, I spoke about becoming smarter together. And essentially, this is the heart of our talk today. And I'd hope that everyone remembers the getting smarter together. It simply means that resources of intelligence can be brought together and shared. These resources range from localized insights from our communities, data of all kinds, for example, data that we gather from satellites or data that we gather from mobile phone companies, to scientific knowledge and evidence. Now, this may all seem quite abstract to you, so let's take it down a notch. Innovating for social change, for me, is the interaction between innovators and the environment they're working in. So I'll try and pop a slide. What you see there is an image of bees and an image of trees. So let's call the innovators the bees, and let's call the environment that they're working in the trees. Bees are quick, mobile, and can cross-pollinate. Trees are static, resilient, have the roots and scale to make things happen. Bees are the innovators, the small organizations, and the groups that are generating new ideas, and trees are the big organizations like governments, like businesses, like international organizations, and so on. But the trick is, both need each other. Social change comes from the alliances that are built between bees and trees, but innovating for social change goes a step further. So how do we explain what social innovation means and how we innovate for social change? At the Accelerator Lab, we embark on work that is interconnected. It is deeply rooted in the lived experiences of Mauritian people, and it is work that is complex. So how do we understand or make sense of it all? We have to use approaches. One of the approaches that we use is this diagram that you see here. Unfortunately, I've been given 10 minutes, so I'll only be able to highlight 2 of them. One is, how do we understand problems? Or how do we go about understanding problems? I'll share an example. This example is from the United States. It's called Metasub. It's collecting data on the microbial ecosystem. We've all lived through the pandemic, and we know that it's not going to be the last one, and its relationship with the design of cities, with the goal of better understanding our urban environments. As Mauritius builds more and more smart cities, I think this is an initiative that is really great to help us understand how we can mobilize citizens to help us get the data that we want. So this one is mapped by a group of volunteers and scientists, and together they're building data sets that are very helpful for smart cities or any urban infrastructures. The other part of the presentation is about seeking solutions. How do we seek solutions? I'll take a simple issue of solid waste management. You all know in Mauritius, in our local context, this is a very big issue and we need to find creative solutions. An example that I've found and I've worked with is called MOPA. It's the Monetaria Participativa Maputo, and it has significantly increased improvements in Maputo city around waste collection and waste management systems. Maputo's population size is 1.1 million. Mauritius is how much? We do the maths, we're looking at the same scale. MOPA is, it is good to mention this, MOPA is a World Bank and All Voices Count initiative. So we're looking at big actors with small actors, bees and trees. And this joint initiative is where citizens, ordinary citizens like you and I, report waste-related issues to the municipal government using mobile phones. We all have our mobile phones. I'm seeing you on it right now. SMS alerts and data visualization help city officials to monitor waste collection service quality and also enable them to tackle problems like overrising bins as they arise. I said at the beginning of the talk that social innovation is all around us, but is it happening at the scale that we want it to for Mauritius? Any yes, no? Short answer is no, you're correct. But the optimistic answer, and I was told to stay optimistic, is that there is an appetite for social innovation to happen in Mauritius. I personally work with grassroots communities, and in the last year, I've mapped 43 grassroots solutions in Mauritius, Rodrigue, and Seychelles. This is very little, but I'm sure you'll understand that it speaks to our current reality. If we look at R&D expenditure of the GDP for Mauritius, it stands at 0.34%, and the percentage that's going to social innovation is even more minuscule. This is not a surprise, as it is not a surprise for other countries who are traditionally big spenders on R&D. For example, Sweden, Japan, and others. So I have 1 minute. I'll try to go very fast. This is what I want for Mauritius to do, to go towards open innovation, open data, and open software. We can take the example of OpenStreetMap that has accelerated distributed experiments and has opened up faster adoption rates for disparate communities. We can look at encouraging distributed problem solving. This is where I really urge MRIC to specify issues for the country, encourage, incentivize, and support a whole range of innovators to help solve them. And finally, this is the hardest thing to do, which is to mobilize the right type of financing and creative funds to help our innovators. If this is done correctly, we'll have real transformational power for Mauritius. And yeah, I hope that you all understand that we have a challenge of scale at our hands. And to do this, we will have to collaborate and we'll have to become smarter together. So I hope that some of these reflections have resonated with you, if not all of you, online and in the room. Thank you. Je laisse ça.
Thank you, Ms. Tuki. Our next speaker, Mr. Olivier Schmidt, Chief Operating Officer, Health and Wellness at BL Life Mauritius, has been in the healthcare industry for more than 18 years, managing large private hospitals in France and Réunion. Today, he will be sharing his views on changing health and wellness through innovation. Can we please have Mr. Schmidt on stage?
Good afternoon. Do you hear me? Yes, good afternoon. It's my pleasure to be with you. I've been invited to talk about innovation in healthcare, but it's becoming late. I have a French accent and there is noise at the back. So I've been advised to switch into French, if you don't mind. Donc, je vais faire ma présentation en français. Je suis sûr que vous allez être passionné. Sinon, vous allez dormir à la fin de la présentation. Merci d'avance. Alors, quand on parle d'innovation en santé, j'ai fait quelques recherches, voilà ce qui sort. d'après les études de brillants experts suisses. Je vous laisse regarder, faire votre opinion. On parle de technologie principalement, et je ne suis pas complètement d'accord. Il y a beaucoup de choses qui sont des nouveaux équipements, des nouvelles molécules, des nouveaux systèmes. Je ne suis pas complètement d'accord sur l'innovation en santé, ça se résume à ça. Pour moi, l'innovation en santé, il y a 3 domaines dans lesquels on peut travailler. Le premier, bien sûr, c'est la technologie. C'est évident, tout le monde est d'accord, et je ne suis pas un expert dans la technologie en santé, je ne vais pas vous en parler. Mais c'est un outil, ce n'est pas une finalité. C'est un outil pour servir le patient. Et je pense qu'en santé, dans d'autres domaines aussi, mais en santé, peut-être qu'on a oublié qu'il y avait un patient, qu'il avait un avis, qu'il fallait qu'on le consulte, qu'on lui demande son avis, et que la technologie est juste un outil. Je vais vous prendre un exemple, une molécule de chimiothérapie très coûteuse, très innovante, qui va allonger la durée de vie du patient de 3 mois. Il va avoir plein d'effets secondaires. Le médecin va peut-être vouloir utiliser cette nouvelle molécule. Mais est-ce que c'est vraiment intéressant? Est-ce que ça vaut le coup? Parce qu'il y a des effets indésirables majeurs. Et en fin de compte, il va avoir une durée de vie de 3 mois de plus. Est-ce qu'on demande l'avis au patient? Ou est-ce que le médecin décide pour le patient? C'est ça, moi, que j'appelle le patient au centre des préoccupations. Et la technologie n'est pas la finalité, c'est le patient la finalité. Et puis, il y a les nouveaux business models. Comment on envisage la santé? Historiquement, le médecin de famille était tout seul dans son cabinet. On va reprendre le cas du cancer. Il y a des innovations qui se passent dans différents pays. Je suis français, donc on est en France, mais ailleurs. On va parler du parcours patient en cancérologie, du diagnostic jusque parfois la phase palliative. Qu'est-ce qu'on fait pour être plus efficient, pour être plus efficace et pour une meilleure communication avec le patient? On va chercher un opérateur qui va coordonner ce parcours de soins. Il y a plein d'acteurs, des médecins spécialistes, le médecin généraliste, des physios, des paramédics, plein d'acteurs qu'on a un parcours qui peut durer des mois et des mois. Eh bien, l'innovation en santé, c'est une organisation. On paye un acteur qui a le package, qui a un tarif pour tout ce parcours qui a été bien balisé, qui suit des international guidelines en termes de traitement. Et cet acteur, qui peut être un hôpital, doit après coordonner, distribuer aussi l'argent auprès des différents acteurs qui vont contribuer au parcours du patient tout au long de ces X mois de traitement. Ça, c'est de l'innovation pour moi. Et là encore, la chimiothérapie, le PET scan, la radiothérapie, ce que vous voulez, c'est qu'un outil. La finalité, c'est le patient et comment on va le prendre en charge. C'est cost-effectif, c'est mieux au niveau de la qualité et on peut garantir que les acteurs ne vont pas faire de double examen et dupliquer tout cela. Voilà ce que j'appelle moi l'innovation en santé. Alors, qu'est-ce qui se passe à Maurice, de mon point de vue? De mon point de vue, c'est le 3e point qui est le plus important, le travail collectif des médecins. Aujourd'hui, cette culture du travail en équipe n'est pas suffisamment en place à Maurice, de mon point de vue. Tous nos jeunes médecins spécialistes sont formés à l'étranger. Ils reviennent, ils ont été dans des grandes universités, dans des grands hôpitaux et ils ont été éduqués à travailler en équipe. Ce n'est pas encore en place à Maurice ou pas suffisamment en place à Maurice. Donc, cette révolution de mindset, cette révolution culturelle médicale, il faut l'encourager, il faut la faciliter. Parce que c'est comme ça qu'on va faire mieux pour le patient et pour le système de santé en général. Bien sûr, il y a un gap technologique. Bien sûr, il y a un gap technologique. On n'a pas tout à Maurice. C'est la même chose que l'expertise médicale. Les docteurs, les spécialistes, les hyper spécialistes. 1,3, 1,4 millions d'habitants. C'est ça le challenge. Comment on traite ces 1,3, 1,4 millions d'habitants sur des choses vraiment pointues. C'est petit, 1,3, 1,4 millions d'habitants pour justifier des gros investissements et des médecins hyper spécialisés. La solution, travailler en collaboration. Privé, 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 public, public, privé, ce que vous voulez. Aujourd'hui, cette collaboration, on la voit, comment dire, dans les souhaits des uns et des autres. Je pense qu'elle commence à se mettre en place récemment. Il y a eu un appel d'offres du ministère de la Santé sur comment le public peut déléguer des patients au privé plutôt que les envoyer overseas. Mais il y a encore à faire pour améliorer ça. Et bien sûr, il faut, pour moi, des standards médicaux. Aujourd'hui, on entend parler de tourisme médical. Je suis d'accord qu'il faut qu'on s'intéresse au tourisme médical, mais ma première réflexion, c'est qu'est-ce qui se passe pour les Mauriciens? Pourquoi les Mauriciens vont se faire traiter à l'étranger? Pourquoi ils n'ont pas complètement confiance dans le système de santé? Donc, occupons-nous d'abord des patients mauriciens, évitons qu'ils aillent à l'étranger quand ils peuvent être traités ici, donnons-leur confiance dans le système, public-privé en général, je cible absolument personne. Faisons déjà ça pour les Mauriciens, ce qui est quand même notre mission première. Et après, on pourra parler de tourisme médical ou en parallèle, on peut parler de tourisme médical. Mais je pense qu'il y a beaucoup de Mauriciens, même pour un examen bête, qui prennent l'avion quand ils peuvent se le permettre et qui vont à droite, à gauche faire des examens. Il faut qu'on tackle ce sujet d'abord et après, on parlera de tourisme médical ou en parallèle, on parle du tourisme médical. Alors nous, qu'est-ce qu'on fait chez IBL dans ce domaine de la santé? On est nouvel entrant, il y a 2, 3, 4 ans, mais là, on est en train d'accélérer énormément. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on a? Notre gros projet, c'est un village de santé et bien-être. Vous allez voir une petite vidéo à la fin qui s'appelle Healthscape, qui est à côté de Grand B. Pourquoi on a fait un village? Ben justement, pour essayer d'adresser les points que j'ai vus avant. C'est-à-dire donner l'occasion à des professionnels de santé d'être les uns avec les autres, de travailler ensemble. On va devoir les guider, on va devoir les forcer un petit peu peut-être à travailler ensemble. Mais s'ils ont un lieu de travail commun, ça va être plus facile. Il faut bien sûr qu'ils collaborent avec les nurses, d'autres spécialistes. C'est un frein en retour des jeunes spécialistes. La pratique médicale à Maurice aujourd'hui, la question que posent les jeunes returning mauriciens, c'est comment est la pratique médicale à Maurice par rapport à comment j'ai été éduqué en Europe, aux États-Unis, en Sud-Afrique, en Inde, peu importe. Donc, il faut qu'on donne cet écosystème, il faut qu'on crée cet écosystème et cette occasion de collaborer. Un village, vous allez voir après la vidéo, ça va de la prévention, même du sport, jusqu'à la fin de vie. Donc, il y a vraiment plein de facilités, plein de bâtiments, plein de services. Pourquoi plein de services? Parce que les patients, leurs besoins, ils deviennent de plus en plus compliqués. Les patients sont de plus en plus âgés, c'est vrai à Maurice, c'est vrai partout, et on en a entendu parler avec le Covid, on parle de comorbidité. Je vais vous prendre un exemple, une prothèse de hanche suffirait d'un orthopédiste. Ben, c'est pas vrai. Dans beaucoup de cas, le patient, il est diabétique, il est cardiaque, et il a besoin qu'on s'occupe de lui, non pas uniquement en orthopédie, mais dans d'autres domaines. Donc, il faut ce large scope of service pour que les médecins, les patients trouvent leur solution dans un endroit où ils ont confiance. Donc, c'est comme ça qu'on a imaginé notre village de santé. Et enfin, pour terminer avant la petite vidéo, il faut qu'on ait des standards et qu'on soit benchmarké, qu'on soit challengé, qu'on soit audité, qu'on soit ouvert sur le reste du monde en médecine. Qu'est-ce que font les autres? Téléconférences, téléconsultations, conférences médicales, double opinion. Il faut qu'on s'ouvre sur le monde parce que on fait 1,4 million d'habitants et il y a des pratiques ailleurs. Il faut qu'on soit up-to-date, peut-être même des certifications externes. Ce serait bien, en particulier pour le tourisme médical. Je termine en vous montrant une petite vidéo de ce projet qui est en cours. Les travaux sont en cours. On a déjà ouvert une clinique d'ambulatoire. On a ouvert quelques innovations comme l'hospitalisation à domicile et la chirurgie ambulatoire bientôt. C'est juste pour vous illustrer que ce n'est pas une vision comme ça, c'est bientôt une réalité qui a déjà démarré. Alors, j'espère que ça va démarrer. Alors, il faut que vous m'aidiez pour la vidéo. Est-ce que vous pouvez appuyer sur le play pour la vidéo? Voilà, merci de votre attention. Juste pour terminer, dans ce petit village, vous allez retrouver en effet demain du sport, c'est de la prévention, du diagnostic, un hôpital, faire du traitement, de la réhabilitation, de la maison de retraite, la résidence senior, des centres de consultation. Voilà l'idée que l'on a, ou le projet qu'on a dessiné pour essayer d'adresser les enjeux de santé et d'innovation à Maurice. Merci de votre attention. Bonne soirée.
Thank you, Mr. Schmidt. Productivity and innovation. What is the link between these two? Dr. Vijayalakshmi Gura, Lead Innovation, Advocacy and Entrepreneurship, National Productivity and Competitiveness Council of Mauritius, who has more than 19 years of experience in the field of productivity at the NPCC and is actively involved in the implementation of productivity, creativity, and innovation projects at enterprise level in the education sector and at community level, will be sharing her views on productivity and innovation. Can we please have Dr. Gura on stage?
Okay, so they said, good afternoon, everybody. I'm trying to use the PowerPoint. So today I'm the last speaker. And I hope that I can tell you the story about the link between productivity and innovation and keep you till the end of this session today. So I'm going to basically share what I know, what I have learned through the 20 years I have been working on innovation and productivity. First of all, I'll go briefly about NPCC. Can you please just help me with the pointer? So it's good. So the top one is open, yeah. Bottom one. No. Okay, very good. So brief definition of productivity for us at the NPCC is travail plus bien, tu mets donc bien. It has been a campaign, but it simply says that if we work smarter, we are going to be better off tomorrow. And we have been working on it for 20 years. Why? Because productivity is so important. With high productivity, we are going to be efficient and effective in the use of our resources. And if we are using it very efficiently, we have superiority in the market. We are going to develop our economy better, and we are going to grow as well. And at the end, everybody is going to be better off, and we are going to have a higher standard of living. But what happens if the reverse happens? We have low productivity, we have a waste of useful resources, and then we are not competitive in the market. Then what happens? Eventually, we have an economic slowdown, and at the end, everybody is worse off. We have social instability. We can witness it recently. We have witnessed it recently, but we have to keep on moving. In the coming years, due to the COVID pandemic, we have to be more efficient in the use of the resources that we have. So, but what happens? Being efficient is very good, but to what extent can we continue to innovate? According to Porter, we are going to meet the productivity frontier. And when we are there, we cannot be more efficient in what we are doing. The only solution is to innovate. When innovating, we are going to shift the frontier to a higher level. And this will help us to be better again at doing more things and new things. And this is the gist of innovation. Innovation is putting creativity into a form as a product or a service. So for us, what we are working at the NPCC is on creativity, nurturing young people on having a creative mindset so that they can come with innovative products at the end. But let us see what we do at the level of corporates. In order to grow with innovation, McKinsey has come up with 3 horizons of innovation. At the first level is Horizon 1. And in the Horizon 1, it is short-term horizon, where we are going to have a same business model, but with slightly new products. Now the ladies are going to be happy. We are having, before going to that, I have 10 types of innovation that has been well researched by Larry Kelly. And he has extensively in his book described each of these 10 innovations. And when we are going to innovate in the first horizon, we are taking a product, we are going to improve it slightly in the design so that we have more customers buying it, we can have a better design. What is happening in the first horizon, I'm going back. In the first horizon, we are only improving on one element of these 10 types of innovation. So we are innovating only in the product. What we can do now, once we are there, we have shifted the frontier a little higher, but we cannot stop there. How can we innovate better from this? So we go to Horizon 2. We are going to have similar business model, but with innovating in, or at least 2 types of innovation in the 10 types of innovation. We can be innovating on the product. We can also innovate on the system that we are selling. We can also innovate on the customer segment. So what can happen to the ring that we were selling, the basic ring? From the design, we can go into completely new products like golden cutlery. So this is another type of thinking where we're thinking at the second horizon. Third horizon is more complex in nature. It requires a lot of long-term thinking, and it requires a lot of different competencies. When we come to the third horizon, we are going to innovate in at least or more than three types of innovation. One example, using my small ring again, is coming out from the jewelry market to what we call beauty care market. So from research, it has been found that the refined mineral from gold is very good for the skin. But how do we come here? It's not only the jeweler, small jeweler at his shop who can come up with a product like this. It requires a lot of research. It requires people from different backgrounds to come together and come up with products like beauty care product as an innovation. But again, this is not enough to market or to reach the customer. The whole business model has to be changed. We cannot sit in a jewelry shop and expect people to use cream like this. We have to come up with a new spa, with a new concept of getting to the customer as well. So when we are innovating in the third horizon, it requires higher level thinking. It requires a different business model. So how do we do this at the NPCC? We don't know how to innovate. We don't innovate. We just know the process of innovation. This is the process that we are using till now. We call it the design thinking process. It all starts with the people using the product or the service. So it starts with empathy. We go to the people who are in need to innovate. We work with them and then get them to come together, think about the problem, go deeper into the problem till they clarify the problem. They define what they want to do exactly on the problem, and then they come up with a variety of solutions, and then do the prototype, and then they're going to test it on the market before going to production and setting up the business model. So what we are doing right now, we have a lot of corporates, quite a few corporates we are training right now. So we go to the corporates, we have sessions with the employees, we train them on the process, we get them to work on very clear case studies, and they have to come up with a headache first, and then with the innovation that they want to see happening. And then they take the prototype to the CEO to higher level and get it approved and then start working on implementation. What is happening very nicely in corporate world is that they are having innovation challenges for the group. So they are given rewards for all the innovative ideas that they are coming up with. Our role is empowerment of those people who can take their small ideas, work on it, and come up with great innovation. So this is what we do. And then we also started young with the school children. We have a project called the Innovation for Education Sector. We are using the design thinking process with students, and we are getting them to innovate at a young age. They come with prototype, there's a competition, they are rewarded. But what is most important is that we have taught them how to think. And this is what we see. Like I have been in the field for 20 years. And when we go to the corporates, they tell us, ayo madame, moi je suis pour innovation avec NPCC, acheter mon sens, mon filière, moi dans engineering, moi pas faire médecine. So these are types of feedback that we have. And we are happy to do it. And we are still doing it with a lot of collaboration from different stakeholders. And for the COVID we had during the pandemic, we came up with a tagline, hashtag Mauritian Productive. We want people to work at home, yes, but they had to adapt, strive, and succeed. I will end with a small quote that we use always, that productivity achievement is a marathon without a finishing line. So I am happy to be here, and thank you to MRIC for giving me the opportunity. The work continues. There's a lot of work to do, as all the speakers have said rightly. And I think there's a lot to be done by all the stakeholders involved. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Goura. Esteemed guests, we have now reached the end of this fruitful session. Wishing you an even more productive session with us for the next 2 days. Thank you and goodbye.